Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy good day. My name is Mary Lou. I'm based here in Reno. I'm a healing woman and spiritual woman. All of us are healing women and men. This is my partner and husband, Johnny. Everybody calls him Chief. He's Chief of the Western Shoshone Nation. We just moved up here from Las Vegas back in November. It's been a year, and we're here listening to the call and hopefully doing the good work, right? So this morning, we're going to do a nice opening, grounding, and prayer, a little bit of a ceremony, land acknowledgement, what have you. So we've got about 15 minutes. I think it's good that everybody stop doing what they're doing and just, grounding with yourself in this space, this sacred space. In another lifetime, I was the director of HR here. I was like 25 years ago. Lots of things happen in our lives, right? We just keep moving forward and hopefully listen to the call and do the good work. And here we are. So 2-day event, Soul Search. Really grateful to Tangela and her husband. I haven't met you, but nice to meet you. And all the folks, got some friends here and some sisters here that just met a year ago. Really powerful, beautiful women. Erica and Crystal, actually. So we're really grateful to be part of this. We like doing, Johnny and I do a lot of prayer and circles, ceremony, celebrations of life, passings, births, all those good things. So last night I was watching my two kitties play with each other, and I'm always so enthralled because it's the mother and the baby, and they just know how to get along, you know. And they're wild, they're primal, right? The mother really doesn't want the baby too close to her because the baby's growing up, but they figured it out, right? And I was sitting there watching them and happy that they were happy because we've had a crazy year of moving. I was like, Spirit, what message do we have for tomorrow? And you know, besides community, what came through was peace, prayer, and purpose. So I will offer those thoughts and those powerful words this morning as we embark upon 2 days of really good work, right? Seeing, feeling, touching, tasting, smelling, communing, being, singing, dancing, stretching our minds, our bodies, our spirits. You know, may all of us maybe take out of this weekend a recollection of how to bring peace into our own world, which of course involves a lot of prayer. Bring our own prayer of our own kind, you know, gratitude, prayers of gratitude into our own world, and then be willing to continue to see our purpose, right? As healers, as light workers, as readers, as seers, as connectors, as connectors of the earth, crystal keepers, spirit keepers, all of that. So that's my prayer for us this morning. I just invite you to kind of ground this morning. Johnny's going to introduce ourselves, and let's maybe just ground into the earth and remember why we're here, and a little prayer for the weekend for all of humanity. Women in the streets all over the country this year. Today's a Women's Day March, so while we're in here marching to our own music and to our own purpose, big prayers out for all those women too, and I'll turn it over to Abby.
Johnny. My name is Johnny Bob. Glad to be here. I see everything as our traditional way of using what we need and how to use our tools, like pretty things and jewelries, and in ourselves we're traditional to this Mother Earth. We're traditional using and making jewelries and all the things on this Mother Earth. That's what Papa, our God, gave us to do. Here on this Mother Earth, what's important in our ways, in your ways, is being outside, breathing in the fresh air, doing your ceremony, thinking and praying about the water, the children, the people in the hospital, people whenever they're having a hard time, just keep on praying. More help will come through your prayers. So I'm gonna sing in my native tongue. This is all my relation songs. You want me to just sing one or two songs?
Whatever you feel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of other things to say, but we're all brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, all my relations. shouldn't I? From my bottom of my heart to all of you. Too.
Oh.
Oh,
Thank you. It's for purpose. Have a beautiful day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
oh yes, nothing is sold.
Thank you. Oh, you did? We'll bring the truck.
Our meditation coming up next. So, Manuel, we have our meditation starting in 5 minutes. So, I'm going to just move us over to the speaker room now, where we're going to be having our meditation. For those of you guys tuning in on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us. You can see we already have an amazing event. A lot of beautiful people here today. We're excited. And yeah, let me just get this set up. So we'll get our meditation. everyone. Thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome. Let me just fix this a little bit too. I have to get a light. In here. We have some people tuning in on the live stream as well. So welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our first ever SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo in Reno.
Yay.
So we're excited to be here. Are you guys excited?
Yeah.
Have you guys ever attended a Psychic Fair, Enlightenment Expo, metaphysical event? No? Okay.
Locally small. On a
Okay.
smaller scale.
Wonderful. So we're SoulSearch, and we are an online platform and community to help people connect to spiritual and energetic practitioners, healers, teachers, and guides. And we do that with our online platform. We have online events, and we also do these live events like this SoulSearch Expo. We do them all over California and in Arizona, and this is our first one ever in Nevada. So we're excited to be here, and we hope you guys stay with us all weekend. As you guys saw in the exhibit hall, we have amazing readers and crystals and all kinds of stuff going on in there. And we have amazing talks, workshops, and experiences all weekend. So your tickets are also good for tomorrow. So come back and hang out with us. And then, of course, we'll be back in Reno as well. And so for those of you joining the live stream, thank you so much for tuning in with us live. And if you are local to the Reno, Truckee, Lake Tahoe area, come join us. If you are not, thank you for tuning in, and come join us in one of our next live events, which will be in Santa Clara. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and joining me for today's morning meditation. And, there's been a lot of energy today, especially for me, setting this whole thing up. So it's great that we can all come together and take a moment to ground and to just really start letting go of all of the energies outside and, out there in the world, all of the frenetic energies you may have dealt with coming here, getting here, of the week. We're now Saturday morning, and we're able to come to a place of peace together and
healing and connection. And that's really what this whole event is about, community and connection. And when we start with meditation, we begin with that connection first and foremost to ourselves, because we so rarely allow ourselves to just let everything go and relax and feel our own energies, feel who we are, and just begin to connect to, our bodies, ourselves, Mama Gaia, Earth, and our higher selves and the divine. And that's what we'll be doing together here for the next few minutes. So just ask all of you to close your eyes and take a deep breath in, and then exhale, then relax. And another inhale in and exhale. And as you exhale, letting go of all of the energies outside this room, in this hotel, in this casino, in the busy city of Reno, we just relax and let it all go. And we begin to relax into our spiritual heart. And as we relax into our spiritual heart, we feel at peace. We begin to connect to that depth of who we are in our souls. Feeling our heart chakra growing and expanding. Feeling that light of who we are, seeing that beautiful golden diamond white flame flickering in our hearts. And as we breathe in, breathe out, we see our beautiful golden diamond flame growing brighter and brighter, reminding us of the powerful lights that we truly are and the power that we hold within. We feel this energy and beautiful golden white light flowing through us, around us. And we send the energy down, 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 down through our feet, through the crusts of the earth, through the many layers of rock and magma and minerals, down further and further and further, until boom, we connect to the crystalline core of Mama Gaia. And as we connect to Mother Earth, we feel her enveloping us with her unconditional love, with her eternal ancient wisdom, her powerful peace. We can relax like we've never relaxed before, relaxing into the arms of the Mother, who holds such unconditional love for us that she is there supporting us every step we take on this planet, stabilizing us, strengthening us, so that we are together able to walk and be on planet Earth. So we feel her love, her harmony, her beauty, her power. We feel it enveloping us. And we feel strong and stable in our connection to Mother Earth. We breathe in her beautiful energy and power. And we bring that through, up, 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 up through the layers of the planet, up through our feet, feeling ourselves strong and stable, connected to Mama Gaia and to all that are here on this planet, all of our friends, family, communities, the animal kingdom, plants, the minerals, the elementals, the elves, the fairies, the gnomes. We feel powerfully connected to all who are here with us together. We breathe in this energy up, 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 lighting up our root chakra so we can feel our strength as we walk on this planet. Lighting up our sacral chakra, our creativity, so we can contribute and be in our own unique way. Lighting up our heart chakra, so that we can continue to expand further and further, deeper and deeper, holding great love for ourselves and for all. Lighting up our throat chakra, so that we can speak our personal truths with power. And lighting up our third eye, so that we can know all and see all from the multidimensional perspectives, the hidden realms. And lighting up our crown chakra. Boom, expanding our divine connection to source energy, our pure power, from the place that we have come and the place where we still reside. We shoot our energy up through our crown chakra, higher and higher and higher, through the atmosphere, up through the galaxy, through the central sun, higher and higher and higher into the celestial realms, where we see all of the angels and the archangels surrounding us, celebrating us, loving us, guiding us. They say, we are always here with you. You only just have to call our names. Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, Metatron, Shamuel, Zadkiel, Uriel, many, many, many more. all here surrounding us and with us, sending their love, their guidance, their support. And we go higher, seeing our ascended master, sisters and brothers, gods and goddesses, all of our dear friends, Tara, Buddha, Master Jesus, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Prophet Muhammad, Khadijah, Moses, Abraham, White Buffalo Calf Woman, Kuan Yin, Lakshmi, Shiva, many, many, many more, named and unnamed, known and unknown, all surrounding us, sending us their love, their honor, their celebration of who we are in every moment, and the courage that we have to come here on this planet. They are here together with us as our sisters and brothers on this cosmic journey. And feeling their celebration, we go higher and higher and higher as we glimmer and shimmer with a billion bright lights in the sky, all twinkling like diamonds. And we feel the expansiveness of our soul soaring higher and higher and higher. For this is who we truly are. One with source energy, the divine, the universe, where we feel perfect peace, pure harmony, perfection, love, wisdom. We feel the expansiveness of who we truly are as we go higher and higher and higher, beyond all fears, all judgments. This is who we truly are, as pure God goddesses, our souls soaring higher and higher. We revel in the glory of our true being, feeling the incredible expansiveness of our souls. We feel our true freedom, for this is who we are, powerful, free, loving, loved. We breathe in this freedom, for we have forgotten perfection of our being. And so now we together remember the perfection of our souls. And we revel in the glory and the timeless wisdom and the eternal peace of who we truly are. And we feel our perfection in all ways. And this is us, perfect in every moment. We just have to remember. And as we breathe in our perfection and our power, we begin to bring this energy down, down, down. Connecting with our masters, ascended master, sisters and brothers and friends, our guides, our ancestors, the angels and the archangels. Feeling their energies with ours as we bring our power and our peace and our love down through the stars, the solar system, into the atmosphere, down, 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 as it connects to our crown chakra. Boom, We feel our crown chakra expanding and exploding as we feel this true power and energy of who we are entering into our bodies. We breathe it in, these billions of golden, white, diamond, shimmering lights of us coming in and coming through. And we feel it connecting and coming through every part of our body, activating every cell, activating every strand of DNA, bringing us into the higher realms and strengthening our connection to who we truly are in every moment, the perfection and freedom of our beings as timeless, eternal souls, and strengthening and stabilizing us with our connection to Mama God. We feel these energies activated throughout our body and meeting in our heart chakra. Boom, this explosion of brilliant light of who we are. We feel our heart expanding wider and wider, glowing brighter and brighter, filling up our body and filling up this entire room. We feel this light going into every corner and crevice of who we are, into the dark, hidden places where we have anger, fear, despair, where we have felt rejection, where we have felt loss. And we acknowledge all of these feelings, all of these emotions, for they are a part of our human journey here. And we bring in our beautiful golden diamond white light, our true essence, into every one of these places, bringing light, bringing love, bringing forgiveness of ourselves for any resentments that we might still have, bringing the perfection of our being and letting it all go. We feel the unconditional love of who we are, and we feel this healing taking place inside of us as we bring love and peace and harmony throughout our bodies. And we breathe in this love, and we feel ourselves growing brighter and brighter. The beautiful golden diamond light. It fills up this entire hotel, this casino, where so many come. And we bring our light to all who are in here, all who are staying here, all who are working here. And we take our light even further out to the city of Reno, state of Nevada, the whole United States, and out into the world. We feel our light filling up this entire planet. And as we feel our light expanding and growing brighter and brighter and brighter, we feel ourselves shifting and uplifting everything and everyone around us. All of the people here in the city, in the state, in this country, around the world. They may not know what is happening, but they feel a shift. They feel an upliftment. They feel an expansion, a glimmer of hope. And we take our healing power and our love and our light, and we now go to all of the places where we know there is pain, where there is suffering, where there is anger, where there is despair. We go to the refugee camps, to the orphanages, to the hospitals. We go to the prisons. We go to the war zones. We go to the homeless shelters. And we give our love, and we share our light and our faith and our hope and our belief and knowing that we are here to bring forth the now earth, one of love, one of freedom, one of light. And as we travel around the world, we meet people, we go to specific countries, places where we feel they need our love and our support and our light the most. And as we are traveling around, we decide to choose one person to sit in front of. And as they sit in front of us, we look into their eyes and we feel their despair, their anger, their hopelessness and confusion and chaos. And we give them our love, our peace, our light, our strength and stability. And as we give, we see a shift as they receive. Glimmer of hope, of light, of love. And as we give, they receive. And as we give, they receive. And as we give, they receive. And as they receive, they send us their love, their light, their faith, their appreciation, their wisdom, their glory. And we receive. So as we give, we receive. And as we do this with this person, we feel ourselves expanding even further as we share together the light and the love that exists within us all. And we feel each other expanding brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. And we honor each other, bowing, acknowledging, receiving and giving love. And we travel around the world, giving and receiving, giving and receiving, giving and receiving. And as we give, we receive. And we see across the planet billions of brilliant, bright lights shining now, all connected to one another. And together we are lighting up the entire planet in the truth and freedom and power of who we truly are. And as we feel this great light that we have created together, we feel it and see it reverberating across the universe and across the cosmos. And as we see this light, we feel and hear a huge celebration around us. all of our angels, archangels, ascended master guides, ancestors, also all here with us, points of light, connected to us, connecting with us in great celebration of the work we are all doing here together. And they say thank you for being here, for sharing who you are in the perfection of your being, and being here for the upliftment of the planet and the creation of this now earth of abundance for all. Our beautiful protected planet. All that we wish and hope and dream for, we are creating here together. For all of the power is within you. You are the creator of reality. You are the God, goddess in human form. So thank you for being here, for doing this work together with us, for raising the vibration and the frequency of the planet, and the healing of the hearts of humanity. The angels and the ascended masters bow to you deeply, honoring you for who you are. And you also bow deeply in return, in appreciation and honor of who they are, of who you are, and who we all are together as gods and goddesses here in human form. You breathe in this energy of our true divinity, and we feel ourselves brilliant bright lights, flames, divine flames flickering brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. We feel the true power and the essence of who we truly are. And we feel connection and communion with all across the planet who we have visited today with great love and deep respect and honor. Feel our connection to Mama Gaia and her strength and support for every step that we take. And we feel our true connection to divine source energy in every moment. Breathing in the brilliance and the power of who we truly are as eternal divine souls. We share this once again throughout the city, throughout this planet, feeling our eternal immense power and the connection that we have to every soul on this planet. Breathing in our power, our love, our light. Remember who we truly are as divine beings on this planet. So feeling the light, your light emanating, reverberating, expanding, staying connected. Begin to wiggle your fingers, your toes, coming back into your bodies slowly, still feeling connected to all there ever is and all there ever will be. This is who you truly are. And you can come back in all moments to this place of remembrance, of your freedom, of your power, of your strength, and your stability. And you can share this with all across the planet in any moment. But this is who we truly are. And we are supported in every moment by Mama Guide, pure source energy, and all of our angels, archangels, ascended masters supporting us, guiding us. They ask, just call on us and we are here with you. Ask for our support and our help, and we are here for you. As your sisters and your brothers and your closest friends, we are always here. Breathing in this knowing and understanding, feeling the incredible support we have with us in all moments. We feel the light of who we are, the power and the glory of our true being. Healing ourselves, healing the planet, healing all of humanity. All of the power is within us. All we have to do is just remember. Breathing in the power and the light of our true essence, feeling the power of our souls, and breathe it out across the planet. And begin to come back into our bodies. Still feeling that connection, feeling the brilliant, bright light of who we truly are. Remembering, feeling, celebrating, loving. We begin to open our eyes. And come back here into this room. Welcome back. And as we open our eyes, we're still connected, feeling the light of who we are, feeling the light that we've created together, feeling the incredible energy and power of our souls. For this is who we truly are. And we have this power. And we can connect to it in all moments, in every moment. And as we do, we support everyone across the planet and across the universe in remembering and connecting. Awesome. So thank you for sharing in this meditation activation with me today. It's an honor and a blessing to be here with all of you. If you want to share any thoughts, feelings, what you experienced or how you felt, feel free. But definitely, this is a beautiful energy. We can still feel it. We're still here in this together. And we did, as we traveled around the planet, we shared this energy. We shared our love and our light. And that's what we're here to do. So thank you for all of your work, doing this with me this morning. Appreciate you all. Love you. Thank you. Bless us. Thank you. Whew. Anything so you'd like to share, feel free. And if not, thank you for being here. How do you feel? Relax. Okay, good. How about you? You're good? Are you?
I'm good.
We're very connected. Wonderful. You? How do you feel? Relaxed. All right. Relaxed. Okay, good. So even in a casino, even in this busy place, we can, come together and connect and relax and just be with ourselves and the universe. So Thank you for sharing that experience with me. Thank you all. Thank you. And thank you for everyone joining in on the live stream as well. Thank you for joining us. We have much more to come. So stay tuned. everyone. Welcome. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. This is our first one ever in Reno, so we're really excited to be here. SoulSearch, we are an online platform and community to help people connect to spiritual teachers, practitioners, and guides. We're here to support everyone on their awakening journey, and we do that with our online platform, with SoulSearch TV, where you can check out conscious content from all of our practitioners, and of course, our Enlightenment Expos like this one. So we do these all over California. I'm sure we have some of our live stream people tuning in. Hello, guys. And we do them in Arizona, and we're excited to be here for our first time in Nevada. And I am delighted because we have Amber Choisella, who is here with us today to bring through mediumship messages and intuitive guidance. Amber is the founder of Blossom and Rise, a company dedicated to spiritual growth, healing, and personal empowerment. As a gifted spiritual medium and accurate tarot reader, Amber provides profound insights that guide individuals toward greater self-awareness and healing. She is also a conscious thought leader and spiritual mentor, helping others navigate their spiritual journeys with clarity and purpose. She's also a licensed psychotherapist in California, where she integrates mental health expertise with spiritual guidance to provide a holistic approach to well-being. So thank you so much, Amber, for being here.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I'm nervous, but once I make the connection, then it'll be a lot better. Okay, so my role is to connect you with your loved ones and provide evidential messages. Okay, so messages that you can say yes to. All right, that's how I was trained. I've done this before, believe it or not, but I haven't done it in like a year because it gives me a lot of anxiety. And so I just want to be super transparent, but I'm challenging myself here to be here so I can provide messages. So thank you so much for being here. When I connect with you, if you say no, that is okay. That doesn't mean that I'm necessarily wrong. It could be that you're just not getting the connection. So no is not a no for me. I just ask that you keep it in the back of your mind, and then it may come up and make sense later on. Okay, so without further ado, let me start. Okay. Okay, so I feel like I have two energies here. I feel like one's a woman and one's a male. I'm not quite sure if they're connected yet. So I'm just going to go with the woman first. So what I'm feeling like, this is going to be an older woman. She makes me feel like she could be in her 50s or 60s. When she passed, she also makes me feel like she has short hair, short, like salty hair, gray, silver and black. Let me see. I'm not sure if I'm not sure what the relationship is yet, but a woman. Okay, so a woman in spirit. She is around 50 or 60s. She has short hair, like a pixie cut, and it's like salt or pepper. Can anyone recognize anyone in spirit with that description? Possibly. Okay, thank you. I'm not the best at names, but I feel like I'm getting you like Nancy or like a Rachel. Would you understand a name associated with her with that? Okay, that's okay. Her personality makes me feel like she was very modest. I felt like she didn't say much, but if she said something, that it was very significant. Would you understand that? Not yet. Okay. Her energy is just very subtle. She's okay. Sorry, my anxiety is getting the best of me. But okay. She is, what do you want to say so I can She's kind of interesting. I'm asking her, what is it that you want me to say? And she's like, well, what do you want me to say? Like, I'm here, but I'm wondering if she was, what's the word? Like, did she have a like a good sense of humor? Okay. Was she like quick with things, like responses, like what do you call people, like they always have something that can say right back to you? Witty. She's witty like that. It's just like, okay, well, can you share with me? She's like, well, what do you want to know? So she's like that. She makes me feel like she had like a strong persona though. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. I don't want to say abrasive, but I feel like what she would say, what she meant, and that would be it. Like, she wasn't worried about like hurting people's feelings or anything like that. She told you the truth. You asked her, she told you. I don't know. Could this be like an aunt or a grandmother?
If it's one thinking of it would be my mom,
Her mom. Okay, thank you.
but there's a distance so that would make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it would be like connected to mother. Like,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. She also makes me feel like if you like brought up any concern, she'd be like nonchalant. Would you understand that?
Mm.
It would be like passive, like, I don't know. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna focus more on her energy and ask her to like come up more. Okay, so I'm asking her to come back and she's not really wanting to. And she's making me feel like there's some like guilt there, or like maybe some shame there, that she's not wanting to step up 100% to you. Okay. So she's like, no, like I'll stand back here. Like, okay. So she's acknowledging that some of her, like her behaviors or her actions weren't the best. Okay. And I don't feel like she would be one to sit there and like, oh, I'm so sorry. I messed up. Let me own up to it. No. So it's like, I'm here. I showed up type of like, I'm here. That's what she's giving me. Okay. What else can you tell me? Okay, so she's giving me like an image of a little girl. So do you by chance have a daughter? No, so maybe this is you. It's just like a memory or something. A little girl and something like around ice cream or something, like she's. I don't know if it's like a situation where something happened and she's just trying to pacify you to give you, and then like took you to go get ice cream, and or if it's like you really wanted ice cream and she was like, no. So I'm trying to understand what that means. Can you clarify that for me? Okay, so I feel like she's saying like she couldn't give you all the things that you wanted. Okay, but she gave you the things that you needed, like your basic necessities. Okay, and not even just material things. I feel like more of like the emotional needs that you needed as a child. I don't feel like she met those. Would you understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's like sort of like emotional neglect. Okay, because she was dealing with her own stuff. And I'm not sure if your father was connected to her either, because she makes me feel alone. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And the ice cream does make sense.
It does make sense. Okay, thank you. You can tell me after. Okay. What do you? Okay, so she's bringing me like to her passing. She's making me feel like she passed alone. Okay. I'm not picking up like exactly what she passed from, but she's owning up to being alone. Okay. I feel like you may have like created some type of boundary with her where you're just like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do this with you anymore. And she's recognizing that. And she's saying like, I understand. Okay. Is there anything else? Okay. I'm asking her if there's anything else, and she's just saying like I showed up. Okay. So thank you for letting me give you that message. Woo! Okay. Next, I want to go with this male that's here. He makes me feel like he passed young, and when I say young, I want to say like 30s or 40s. He makes me feel like he was tall, really funny. I feel like he would have been attractive to people. He makes me feel like he had like a really outgoing personality, and really outgoing personality, but he also makes me feel like he had like a lot of issues that could have attributed to his death. Can anyone in spirit identify those characteristics thus far? Yes? Yes. Okay, me too. Okay, thank you. So let me see. He also makes me feel like he was physical, like he was tall, maybe could have been either like buff or not skinny, if that makes sense. I feel like he would have took a lot of.
It started as the one and then sort of taught me.
He's showing me how he looks like. So I'm seeing him as like someone that took care of themselves. Like he feels like he was like very active. He makes me feel like he really enjoyed the way he looked. Would that resonate with you? Not so much.
Point.
At one point.
And then there was a crisis where he was.
Okay. So spirit will show me what they want me to see,
okay.
Right?
Okay.
So like, for instance, sometimes someone older that passed in their 80s would come up in their 60s. So it just kind of depends on how they want to portray themselves. But
there was a crisis with alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Because I feel like he had substance abuse issues, like besides the point of the fact of him being like so loving, so out there, so like really kind, and people liked him. That's the persona he's portraying to me. He had his own like dark secrets, his own struggles, if that makes sense. Would you understand that?
There weren't secrets to that.
Okay. So you both can understand that. Okay, so I'm going to try to pin it down to who I'm communicating with here. Okay.
I can understand everything.
You can too. Okay, so the three of you guys, I'm going to try to figure it out here. Okay. So you understand like the body, his persona. Yeah. Yep. Okay, thank you. Can you understand the ages of like 30 to 40?
He was 23, but right now we would be in his 30s.
Okay, thank you. Ages too? Okay, cool. Okay. Give me some more information, please, Spirit. Okay. Would any of you understand him like wearing a hat? Either like, okay, goofy looking, like backwards or like to the side or something like that? Okay. You too. Okay.
It would be like one of those caps.
And it was like a baseball cap that he would like wear off to the side or goofy.
No, like one of those like golfing caps.
No. Okay. So you too. Okay. All right.
Obsessed with hats. Every color, every kind.
Okay. So I'm thinking I'm more with her. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you understand the cap thing. Okay. So he's showing me something that's like, he's like really goofy though, like extremely goofy. And with the hat, it reminds me of like Will from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Okay. I keep getting that he's tall. Was he tall? Okay. That's tall. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to get more information about his connection to you. Okay. I feel like it's going to be weird, but I feel like he's either like an ex of yours or like a brother or something. Thank you. Okay. And I said weird as in like ex because I'm like, I'm not sure. It feels like really close.
We had so much closeness, so much love.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Siblings, a lot of love.
Okay. Was he your older brother?
He was my younger.
He was younger. Okay, but
because he was
taller,
bigger, and protective.
Protective.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say because he feels very protective of you still to this day. Okay. Would you understand the name Michael associated with him or Mike? Okay. Not sure. That might connect later on. If I hear a name, I just say it. Okay. Okay. So what is it that you want to tell me? I feel like he sustained some type of trauma when he was younger. Would you understand that? Okay. And I feel like he also, I don't know if he reported it, but I feel like he held on to it and then was like, there was a lot of shame with that trauma. Okay. And that's where that substance abuse entered into the picture. Okay. I'm trying to get more information about how he passed though. Would you understand it being self-inflicted?
It could have been. You don't know if it was intentional or not.
Thank you. I know talks of suicide is a very difficult conversation to be had. So he's making me feel like it was intentional, though. That's why I said self-inflicted. Okay. What else can you tell me? Okay, so he's bringing up the funeral. I'm trying to, okay. What are you saying about the funeral? I feel like he was there, and I feel like I don't know, did he ever like touch you on the face and like just kind of like rub your face or like hug you or touch you? Because he's making me feel like he came up to you and like touched your face.
When I went to his viewing and I touched his hand in the casket, I felt his presence there next to me.
Okay.
I don't know if he reached and touched me at that time as I was touching him.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for confirming that because he was there with you. Okay. But something about the face, like, did he ever touch you around the face or like kiss you on the forehead or anything like that?
We always like hugged and he would kiss me here and there.
So yes. Okay, so that would be typical behavior of him. Okay, because that's what he's showing me. And so I'm trying to make sure like, okay, that was actual behavior that he did with you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm seeing a calendar. So I'm not sure. Usually when I see a calendar is something that's happened or like an anniversary or a birthday or whatnot or something coming up for you. Would that make sense in connection with him right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Of November. December. Oh, okay. Thank you. But he also makes me feel like something's going on with you with the calendar. Like, are you planning a trip somewhere? Are you doing something related to like coming up soon? Okay, thank you. Because I asked him, tell me something that she would know, like right now, currently. And so thank you. He showed me the calendar. So his birthday, and then you're planning on doing something very soon. It's a trip. Okay, thanks. Okay. Are you studying for something right now?
I put it on pause.
Okay, so he's bringing that up. And he's bringing it up to encourage you to continue with that. Okay, he's saying that it's really important that you follow that through. Okay, I'm not sure if you have trouble following things through, but he's encouraging you right now to do it. Okay. Do you have like jewelry of his?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
No. You have some of his clothing. Okay, so he didn't have any rings?
Oh, I did.
Yeah. Okay, because he's talking about a ring that he has. You don't have any of his jewelry? Okay. Okay. So with that, I'm just going to ask you to put that in the back because he's mentioning something about a ring. So I'm not sure silver ring at that. I don't know what that means, but okay. Okay, so he's saying he loves you, and he's like, I don't know if he had like a special nickname for you, but I'm hearing like Bambi. I don't know what that means, but like I love you, Bambi, or something like that is what I'm hearing. But it feels like it's due to like a cartoon or something that you guys might have watched when you were younger, like a favorite cartoon or whatnot. Poos? Poo, as in like
Poos.
P?
P-O-O-Z.
Poos. Interesting. Okay, so
Poos or Poos.
Poosenheimers. Okay, so it is something funny. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm like, okay, so this is okay, so not Bambi, but something silly. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to say to your sister? Okay. He's saying that you keep some type of memory of him, and to me it looks like a candle or like a visual or something, but what's that word? Memorialize him? You memorialize him. And so he's showing me like a flame and a candle. Okay. So I'm not sure what exactly that you do, but he's saying thank you.
I have an urn with a picture of the candle.
Candle. Thank you. Okay.
2 days ago, his picture came down onto the ground, and I felt his presence. I was like, "Oh, hi, you're here. I love you. I miss you."
The way I just got chills. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's the candle that he showed me. So thank you for that. And okay. Whew. I'm chills. Thank you so much for letting me bring that message to you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I feel like I have a child with me. Maybe the ages of 4, 5, 6. Does anyone have a child in spirit of the ages of 4, 5, 6? No? Okay. It's okay. Okay. Okay, so I have another energy here. It's a man, and he's portraying himself to be older, 50s, maybe 60s. And what's really prevalent to me is he is a healthy sized man, like very healthy sized man. And when I say healthy, I mean like he was a good size, okay? Fluffy. He's very fluffy. And he laughed a lot. Yeah, so he's chuckling right now. So the fact that you're chuckling, I'm wondering, would you recognize potentially this energy?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep going with this. Okay. He's laughing, but he's saying like, I love food. Like I just love to eat. Like I just loved it. And he makes me feel like he was just like very jolly, very laughing. I feel like he might have like rode motorcycles too. Like I feel like he was very masculine, but also had like an amazing sense of humor. And that the two are not like, obviously they're not like synonymous, but very masculine, but also like very funny and like down to earth. But I feel like if you looked at him, you wouldn't think that. Would that make sense? For you? Okay. Not for you. Okay. So I'm going to go to you. So does all of that resonate so far? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is there, I mean, did he actually ride motorcycles though? Okay, is there a picture of him like on a Harley or something with his posted up? Okay, thank you. He makes me also feel, I'm just going back to his appearance, like he didn't have much hair up front. Okay, thank you. J. Okay, did his name start with a J or did he? Thank you. Okay. Okay, could this have been your partner?
No, he wanted me and I.
Okay, so in that type of way. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it was like a relationship type of, okay, thank you for that. Okay. And he's joking. Did he ever propose to you at all? Because he's like showing me a hand with like a ring.
He always said that he was going to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. He's just chuckling, like he just thinks that is so hilarious, like in a good way though, like of love, right? Not of rejection or anything like that. Okay. I'm hearing pancreas. So do you know if he was like diabetic or would have passed from like pancreatic cancer? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so what about, and you don't know if he had diabetes?
Maybe as big as he was, maybe it was part 2.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure why I'm hearing pancreas, so I'm just going to go ahead and like put that to the side. What else can you tell me? Okay. So, would you understand tractors either in your life or his life? Okay. Interesting. I don't know why I'm seeing like tractors and like hay bays or hay whatever, but
My kitchen is all broken. Everything. Everything is broken.
nuh-uh. Okay, that's funny. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, yeah, I'm like, I don't know what that means, but okay. Did he ever poke fun at you for that?
Everybody does.
Everybody does. Okay, thank you. What would you like to tell her? Why are you coming through? He's saying something about a highway and like long way through. I'm not sure what that means. Would you understand that?
Yes, he was the one that died on Upper Valley. The doctor.
On the highway. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
He wasn't the drunk driver. He
Got hit by the drunk driver. Was he in a car or motorcycle? His car. Okay. Wow. Okay. That solidifies it. Okay. What else do you want to tell me about that? Okay. So what he wants me to let you know is that he saw it, but then it was that, like that. Okay. So I feel like he passed on impact and or his body left, his soul left his body. Okay. Yeah. So he's telling me that he did not. Okay. It was like he saw the car coming and then it was that. Okay. So did not suffer. I feel like he's trying to say something funny, but I'm not picking up on it. It's like kind of morbid to like think about. But would he say morbid things or like laugh at things? Like, did he have like a dark sense of humor?
He did, but he might be laughing because of how a necklace came in my rear mirror. And sometimes, like, the light from the reflection will go on my eyes, and I'll be like, "Babe, knock it off."
Okay.
Like, I know that you're there. Just quit it.
Okay. It's good that you acknowledge him. Okay. Did this accident happen in like either 2016 or like, she's shaking her head no, or okay. Because I'm getting like 6. So 2006, 2016, the 6th month of the year, which is June, something with 6.
My birthday's in June?
Your birthday's in June. Okay. Is that what you wanted to say?
He died early. He was on his way to- Like early in the morning.
Like 6 o'clock in the morning or
Yeah.
around there? Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not going to try to interpret it, but if you understand it to be June as 6, then we'll go with that. Okay. What else, James? What else would you like to share? Like I'm asking him to come up closer, but he won't. He's just like way like right here, and I'm asking him to just come up just a little bit, and he's not coming up that close. Okay. Are you fading? What's one lasting thing that I can share with her? What's one last thing? Okay, so he's talking about the kitchen again. He's talking about knives and forks and whatnot. Like, would you understand that? Okay. Do you know if he had any tattoos? Okay. I hate to ask, but like, did he have any tattoos related to like food or something? Not that you are aware of. Okay, funny. Because he's laughing about that too. Like he thinks that's funny. I don't know what that means. I was like, okay, that's odd. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else, James? I'm not sure if there's anything else because he's not saying much, but I want to thank you for allowing me to bring that to you. Thank you. Okay. What else? Okay. Is there anyone present named Rachel? No. Okay. Does anyone know anyone in spirit named Rachel? Nope. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'll put that aside. Okay. Okay, so I feel like I have a woman's energy here. She makes me feel like she would definitely be at this event if she was here on this realm. She feels extremely spiritual. What she looks like to me, she looks like she's like maybe my height, and she had long black hair. She feels like she could have been, I don't feel like she had children. She might have, but I don't feel like she did. She feels like she could have been like a godmother or an aunt. She feels like she might have been Native American heritage or practiced within the shamanic arts. Can anyone relate to this woman? Nope. Okay.
Also, we're part of it. But she did have children, but she didn't do much with her children.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna see
Yeah.
if this one's connected to you as well.
Sorry.
Or
I don't
Okay.
know if somebody else.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, so the physical characteristics you resonate with.
Mhm.
Okay. I feel like she had a very distinct type of external beauty.
Possibly I only knew her when she was older, but possibly.
Okay. I feel like there's something about her physicality that drew people in. That's what I'm feeling. She also, I don't know, she makes me feel like her persona was that, like shamanic healing, the arts, but I don't feel like she necessarily embodied that inside. That's why I said like externally, because beauty is, soul deep, like it exudes out. And I feel like she didn't truly embrace the things that she was putting out, like the things that she was saying. So more of like I hate to say it because it sounds judgmental, but more of a hypocritical type of energy. Okay, thank you. But she's showing up and she's, hi, I'm here. Like, how can I help? How can I be of service to you? But it doesn't feel authentic. So, and the fact that I didn't pick up that she was a mother and she had children, so there was, again, like that separation, makes me feel like there's some narcissism in there. Would you understand that? Okay, thank you. And I feel like because of her personality, she didn't have the best interpersonal relationships. So relationships with her immediate family circle, and if she did, it was very superficial that she had. Okay. And you knew her when she was older, and she's coming to me and she looks like she might be in her 60s, maybe early 70s. And I don't feel like, I feel like she was able to function independently prior to her passing. But I feel like there's a lot of confusion too towards her passing. So would you understand her having some type of neurocognitive or thank you. No, yep. Okay. Yep. And she ended up in a placement. And I feel like her family would have come and seen her, but I don't feel like they would have just done it just to look and see, just to make sure she was, doing okay, she wasn't being abused or anything like that. But I don't feel like they would have come to daily to check up on her or spend time with her or anything like that. Does that make sense?
It does. She was in her home, but it was like that.
Oh, okay. So she had help at home.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So what is your purpose for coming here? Okay. So I feel like her purpose to come here is to, I know this is going to sound biased, but she wants to encourage you in the arts. Okay. And I say biased is because I've talked to her beforehand. So I know the type of work that you do, but I feel like she's showing up to encourage you to do that. Okay. So that means to me that she had a decent relationship with you.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. But so she's showing up again, and her main thing here is to encourage you. Okay. To really embody what she wasn't able to. Make sense?
Totally.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Who else can come forward? Okay. So I have a woman here. And I feel like she was very religious. Okay. She has the rosary beads and all that. And I feel like she's doing this and she's praying. And I'm trying to figure out age. I could just feel her energy just step forth, and she's praying and she's just invested in prayer. Can anyone recognize the energy like this? Anyone in spirit? You? And okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to say again she's older. And I want to say she was Catholic. So she's very invested in that, whatever, the conservative is, okay. I don't know if this is like a grandmother energy because she feels a couple generations back, like old school. She feels old school to me. I feel like she would have been like a homemaker. Okay, I'm just gonna move over here so the energy is like, okay. I feel like she would have been a homemaker. I feel like she would have been very invested in her home and her family and her kids. Always do the right thing. I don't feel like she had much education though. Would you understand that? Yeah, okay. Okay, give me something so that I can zoom in, please. Would either one of you understand the name Mary? Connected. Marianne? Marianne with this energy. Okay, thank you. Okay. Would you understand her husband passing before her? Okay. Can you say yes or no if she like wore like a veil to like the funeral? Like I feel like she's like very like as in mourning. You don't know? Okay. She makes me feel like mourning period. She would like wear a veil. Like she's just like again like deeply religious. So I'm wondering, her energy feels like that. I'm wondering if there's something happening in your life that might be something mournful.
Yeah, in a way.
In a way, okay. I'm not sure, but this is just the energy that she's coming forth with. So I'm not sure if it's like a change that you're going through, a transformation that you're going through, but she's mourning that. So I'm not sure yet. Give me more information. And I just feel like she's like putting out her hand. And so in that sense, I feel like that's more of like helping, like wanting to help. Does that make sense to you? No. Okay. I see the hand though, so I'm going to go with that. Okay. I may not be interpreting it correctly, but the hand for sure I see. What else can you tell me? What else can you tell me? Okay. Would you understand? She's saying something about a TV. I don't know.
I had a bear print on my TV. But I don't know when. Well, I had a bear
How
break-in
recent?
and a bear
Excuse
paw.
me?
I had a bear break-in and put a paw print on my TV.
What? How long ago was that? That's pretty relevant. I mean, like on the TV, she's saying something about the TV. Oh my God, a bear print?
Yeah, he didn't scratch it or anything, but his paw print. He moved it.
That's terrifying. And the fact that you're saying that very nonchalantly is like crazy to me. Okay.
It was a cute bear print.
Was it?
He was really cute. I didn't think he was so cute in my house.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So she's bringing that up. That's interesting. Okay. So that's telling me that she knows about what's happening in your life. Okay. That's fairly recent too. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure how your prayer ritual is, but she wants to encourage you to do it more. Okay. So I'm not sure, again, if there's something going on in your immediate life or whatnot as to why she's mourning some type of change or loss, but she's encouraging you to pray more. Right? We pray is when we speak to our to God or a higher source, and when we meditate is when we listen to the message. So she's asking you to tune in. Okay. would you understand an ego, not ego, but eagle, the bird related to her? No, but you would understand its significance? Okay, because she's showing me ego. And I'm not quite sure what that means, but I think it might mean something around like strength or like wisdom or something. Don't quote me on that. But it's symbolic for you. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else, Marion, that you would like to tell your granddaughter? Is there anything? Okay. Was she affectionate? Not affectionate. Not at all. That's funny. Okay. Not at all. Okay. And the reason why I asked is because I feel the desire to hug you. That would be not in her character, though. Mhm. Yeah. But that's the desire to. And she's leaving it at that. So thank you for letting me bring that to you. Yeah. Okay. So I have a few more minutes left. I'm wondering, does anyone have any questions or have anyone that they would like for me to connect to? I saw your hand first.
There's that, because it's a child about
Yeah.
like this.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Would you understand that energy to be a boy? Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm just looking at physicalities here. Did he have like light blonde hair or sandy hair? Okay, thank you. Okay, what can you tell me? What's that word? He's giving me the energy of like very starts with a P. Precocious personality. I feel like he was very curious about a lot of different things. I also feel like I feel like when he walked into a room, he brought a lot of like sunlight around him, like a lot of love and healing. Would you understand that? Okay, that's fine. Let me go back. Let's see. What am I missing? Okay, so he's showing up like that to me right now, very bright. But I also feel like within his short life, I felt like he had a lot of struggles with his health. Would you understand that? No. Okay, that's okay. Perhaps I'm not connecting with the same energy anymore, and that's okay. I'll own, and I apologize for that. Okay. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. To your mom. Okay. I have a few more minutes, like 5 more minutes. So, okay. All right. So, your mother. That's my timer. Sorry. Yeah. Did your mother pass in her 40s or 50s? Younger than that. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Does she wear her hair like cut, like, I don't know. That's what I'm getting. It's like a wave that went back like this. Does that make sense? Like she would. Was it wavy at all, or did she have waves in it? Yeah, okay, because she's making me feel like she wore her hair off to the side and like it's very nice, very nice. Okay. What can I get from her? Okay. So her energy feels very calm to me. She feels like being around her would have been very peaceful. Did you understand that? No. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
I guess
Okay. Her energy right now feels very calm. Okay. I would like to connect with you after this. Okay. Because I don't want to hold up the next person that's coming up, but you can meet me afterwards. If that's okay. 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 Yeah. So thank you guys for allowing me to read. I apologize that I wasn't able to reconnect with that energy as before. But thank you all for being patient with me, being understanding. I will be here all weekend. I'm in the corner over here. So if you guys would like to connect with me afterwards, that would be great. And just thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we're so excited to have you all here. Thank you so much for being here with us today. This is our first expo in Reno, and we're thrilled. And we are happy to have Fabiola Bowman. She is here with us today to give an amazing presentation. She is a shamanic practitioner and way shower of Peruvian indigenous wisdom, and her company is Soul's Journey. She was guided by an inner calling to leave her career as a scientist and biology college professor in the US to return to her homeland of Peru. There, she began to reconnect with the ancient heritage of her ancestors. She is recognized for her intuitive and shamanic abilities and guided by the Apus, the spirit of the mountains, who encouraged her to create a documentary to help others rediscover their connection to the earth and unlock their inner power. So we're really excited to have Fabiola here. Thank you all for tuning in on our live stream as well. Welcome. And we hope that you guys stay with us all day today and all day tomorrow. Fabiola has a booth right outside, so you can definitely connect with her in person afterwards as well. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much for coming. I'm so honored for your presence. Let's take a moment to ground ourselves and just to connect to the energy of Pachamama, Mother Earth. I want you to close your eyes and imagine yourself on a trail going up the mountains. You get on one of those horses that knows the way to the mountain. And as you're riding up, you feel the energy of the stars, of the moon, of the earth. And they say, welcome, welcome. And you feel so much joy in your heart at this moment. And you know you gotta get there to that mountain, your Apu, your sacred mountain. Every child, when they're born, they have a godfather, grandmother mountain. So think of that mountain that is near the place where you were born. What is it called? Your horse knows the way, and he's taking you there. Oh, and you get there, and she embraces you. Come here, my child. Welcome back. And she tells you of your purpose, of why you're here. And she tells you, I love you, my child. Thank you for coming here. I've been waiting for you. And you ask the mountain, what do you want me to know at this moment? What do you want me to know? And she tells you. She whispers in your ear. And you feel so much peace and love in your heart. And she fills you with love in every cell of your body. She showers you with love. Because that's what mountains do. They give us love. Shower on that unconditional love of your godfather, grandmother mountain. And say, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your love. And you bow to your mountain. Get back on your horse. And ride back here. When you're ready, you can open up your eyes. Hi, everybody. I'm Fabiola Boffman. I'm a Peruvian shaman, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey. I'm going to try to stay in time here because we wasted some minutes there. Anyway, I just wanted to share my story. I'm originally from Peru. I was born in Lima, and I came to the United States about 30 years ago with the intention to have a career in science. But life happens, and it takes us in a different direction. And someday, a very good woman from the United States invited me on a journey, a spiritual journey back to my roots. And what happened there? I was already a clairvoyant, had become a clairvoyant, a meditation teacher. And when I got there and I got to the ruins of Sacsayhuaman, I had a vision. And this is very powerful. Pachacutec was the most powerful Inca in the Inca Empire. He extended his reign to 6 South American countries. And he told me he was not happy with the way we were taking care of Mother Earth. He told me about the rivers. He talked to me about how we were polluting the land. And I told him, why are you telling me this? I have no power. I have no power. I'm just barely returning here to this land. And I don't have a way to clean the rivers. I don't have a way to clean the land. And he told me, be a catalyst for change. And those words stay in my mind till today. And that's why I'm here. So during that journey, I got initiated in the Monaiki rites. Have you ever heard of the Monaiki rites? How many people are familiar with them? Well, you initiated me on them. Okay, good. The Monaiki rites are karpais, or rites that are initiation rites. Usually the shamans of the Andes, they're initiated by nature. Okay? And by lightning. You know, they get struck by lightning. If they survive, they are changed and they can heal people. But what happens is the Monaiki rites are now these karpais that are being available and are being passed on from person to person. So during that journey, I received those rites, and it was here in the United States. And what happened was that I started having these dreams, right? And the mountains were calling me and they were saying, you need to come back to Peru. I have gone on that trip. I have talked to Pachacutec. I thought, well, I can't do anything, right? But they were telling me, you need to come here and experience what it's like to be here in the mountains. And that's what I did. I called my shaman, left my family, and went on a journey. I didn't know where I was going to go. And I didn't know if it was going to be safe. But I went there, and every mountain had a gift for me. And every mountain started activating my gifts, my rights. Fast forward to 2020. The mountains came again. And they said, what if you film a documentary in the Andes? I said, what? I'm not a filmmaker, right? And they said, well, you have been filming anyway, you know, because all the things that I was seeing in the mountains and all the amazing healings that I was getting from the mountains, it was something that I was capturing with my phone. So I said, okay. I called my husband and I said, you won't believe what happened to me. And they're asking me to go film a documentary. And he said, why not? And I was just very surprised because that's not normal. That is not normal. So I said, okay. So surprised, you know, it's amazing how things happen. You know, we had met a few months earlier, very talented young man who's in this room today, in the back of the room. And Wyatt helped us to make that possible. So we went on this journey, not knowing where we were going to go. And we went on this phenomenal trip in which we filmed all these different places, and all these different places had a message. I had a video to show you, but unfortunately, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm going to try to show it. Let's see. I don't know if you can see it, but at least you'll hear it. We must examine what we left behind, our ancestry and our connection with Mother Earth.
Let's go on a journey to the heart of the high Andes Mountains to open the floodgates of cultural wisdom with people that represent Peru.
When we can expand and connect to these amazing mountains that are surrounding us, we can expand our own consciousness to understand why we are here on this planet at this moment.
Hypocrisy of people that are evil, that they have to fight together at this time to creating peace around the world. Here we say the human being, we have to be more connected with themselves. The Pachamama wants us to be more in union.
It's crucial to recognize that we're not separate. Only when we embrace our role as a part of the planet can we truly care for it.
If you see with your heart, if you see with the third eye, you can understand more, because it has a big purpose to connect with the nature, with the cosmos.
We are earth, wind, fire, and water. We heal from our disconnection and become one as we integrate with the elements of nature and discover a balance of energy within us.
With this documentary, we invite people to go on a journey with us to become Pachamama again. And remember the unconditional love we have made.
So this talk is about ancient Peruvian secrets, right? And you have heard them in the video a little bit. So I'm going to go over what they are. Is anybody familiar with Peru here? What are these? Has anybody been to Peru besides the ones that went with me on the journey? No? You have been to Peru? What do you think about Peru?
Machu Picchu.
Okay. You don't know? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. So it's different when you go on a journey to learn about the history, to learn about what happened there, right? Like going to a museum, but it's different when you start talking to the mountains. So what are the Peruvian secrets? Secret number one, we, like Diane Dunn was saying in this video, we must examine what we left behind, our ancestry and our connection with Mother Earth. Okay, we must examine our ancestry. All of us are indigenous from somewhere. All of us have roots somewhere. All of us originated from somewhere. But unfortunately, we have lost that connection with where we came from. Okay, and being able to take that journey and going back and exploring why you have the genetic makeup that you have, why you were born into that family, why you were born into that particular ancestry. It's important for you to know, to understand your purpose in life. Okay, there's a reason why you have that ancestry. Secret number two, when we connect with nature, we can find out and understand our true purpose. You will think, but I've gone to so many hikes in the mountains, and I've gone to so many, different lakes and places, and I still haven't found my purpose. Well, when you open your heart and you start tuning into the spirits of the mountains, they will start talking to you. Okay, but you have to be at the right frequency, because how many people here have gone and talked to Lake Tahoe? Okay, good. That's what we need to do. We need to go there and talk to Lake Tahoe and wonder, and ask Lake Tahoe, what do you like? How do you like me to take care of your waters? How do you like me to take care of your shores? And when you ask the question, he will answer back. Okay? And when you connect with nature, you will find your true purpose. That has nothing to do with the job we hold. Secret number three, Pachamama, Mother Earth, wants us to be in union. Okay? I mean, we're going through an election right now. How divided can we be? Right? Imagine a mother that doesn't want her children to fight. Pachamama, Mother Earth, is that mother. She wants us to be in union. And what is the main thing that gets in the way? Ego, right? Because we have to defend that personality, that person that we think that we are, that has nothing to do with our purpose. Okay? The way we present ourselves may have nothing to do with who we truly are. So we need to put that aside in order to be united. Also, Vilma, in that video, mentioned the prophecy of the condor and eagle, and I don't know how many people are familiar with that prophecy. It is a Native American prophecy. Good, back there, good. What do you know about the prophecy?
But I know the bird was walking south and the eagle came to it and they get together.
Yes, and the quetzal. Yes, the quetzal, right. So the eagle and the condor and the quetzal will fly together once again. That's what the prophecy says. The people from the north with the people of the south are going to get united and they're going to come together. We are becoming that homoluminous. And the Moonite rites is allowing us to receive that energy of love and put our egos aside in order to heal our planet. Because when we start defending ourselves against the other person and telling them that they're wrong, that is not a frequency of love. We have to work in our similarities and our differences. So Pachamama, Mother Earth, tells you that you need to work to be together and work together. Secret number 4, the healing tool of the shaman is the journey. Okay, you guys are taking a journey today by coming to this fair. You're taking yourself away from everyday noise, from everyday distractions, to make a moment to feed your soul. The tool of the shaman is the journey. So I encourage you to go into nature or take some time away to reflect on your purpose and what you want to do with your life. Okay? One of the things that we're offering right now, that I'm offering, is taking a group of people to Peru to experience the same thing that we experienced and the love and connection that we experienced during that documentary, so you can have it in your life. Secret number 5, the mountains are antennas that bring unconditional love to our planet. Okay, so I was meditating one day and I was talking to Mount Ausangate. Ausangate is a mountain that is about 20,000 feet high. And I go and visit Ausangate. I try to go at least once a year. And what Ausangate was telling me, you need to bring people to the mountains. And I kept asking why. Because we mountains are antennas for the universal love. And when that love from the stars comes down to the ground, into our snow, and it melts into the rivers and the water, it feeds the earth. Okay? So that's why it's important that we make that journey to the mountains, or whatever mountains you want to go to, to your sacred place of your lineage. Okay? But what happens when that water gets polluted? Then we get polluted. And hence the importance of what Pachacutec told me at the beginning. I want you to clean my rivers. I want you to keep it clean, because that love, that universal love, is going to feed you. So now we're going to have a different perspective of how we can protect the earth. So, which are the ways that you can take this journey? Many people take pilgrimage to sacred places like Peru. Those are the things, some of the things that we do. The documentary that we put together, the name is Journey to the Heart of the Andes. And we put it together with intention to share this wisdom with the people of the United States and the world. So we didn't know how it was going to happen. We kind of put like a loose script together and we went on a journey. We didn't know what we were going to encounter. We kind of knew who we were going to interview, but along the way, the apples just started opening the doors. And there was another interview, another interview, and another interview. By the end of the 10 days, 10 days only, we had a whole array of videos that we could put together and share with you. So Are you ready to go on a journey with us? Okay. So again, the documentary is called Journey to the Heart of the Andes, and we are organizing a trip to Peru. What I would like to do today, if you can, if you want, is take this opportunity to do some healings here. Who would like to have a healing? Who's ready to experience some? Okay, can I come forward? What's your name? Darlene. Darlene. Hi, Darlene. Oh, like your sister. Okay. Let me just turn off my timer. So I forgot to remind me. Okay, Darlene. So what is that you're dealing with right now?
Like physically or emotionally?
What would you like to get rid of?
I've been having a shoulder pain.
Okay.
I don't see that.
Okay. Okay. I want you to go into that symphony.
Go into it?
Yeah, 3 times. Okay. Set it here. Okay. Show me yes. Show me no. Okay. That's why they need an elimination. Yes. Does she need oh no. No. Does she need an instruction? Yes. Have you had a person that has passed away in your family recently? Or do you feel okay? So what happens is what I found in Darlene is that there's an entity attached to her. And what happens is different than having a being. The entity is more like in the core. And it's usually when a family, a relative has passed away in the family and is attaching to you. How do you recognize that you have an entity? What happens is you start liking things like they like. For instance, you start drinking coffee when you don't like coffee. You start walking their way or starting to look like them, and that makes you feel a little bit out of place. Have you felt anything like that before? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much what's happening. Besides, I could do a quick scanning for you. What's your mama? Come forward. Okay, a lot of your problems have to deal with your gut health. So definitely you need to address that. And of course, hormonal changes, you're experiencing hormonal changes as well. Okay. Thank you. And there is a lot of concern about your health in this area. You're having a lot of problems. It's emotional. So there's a lot of what's going on there. I don't know. But I'm telling you that those are the 2 things that are jumping up. You also need to check your thyroid as well. Okay? Come in here. And at this point in your life, you're really feeling like you're not on your path. Okay? So you really are you feel invalidated because you're not being able to see, what am I here for? That's the question. What am I here for? So that's really something that definitely can help you with, but it has to do with feeling that love, the universal love back into your life. And I think that would fix a lot of issues. Okay? Thank you. Remember? Ego and thunder. What I'm getting is an image of little Darlene saying, please help me. Please help me. I need help. I need help. I need to feel loved and appreciated, but at the same time, I feel like you might need a soul retrieval. So what happens during okay, we'll continue. So what happens when we need a soul retrieval? What happens is we go through a traumatic experience in our life, and part of our soul just goes and hides, goes into the protective state, right? And we feel incomplete. We feel that we're missing something, so we need to call it back. Okay, but that soul part will not return until we feel safe for it to return. Okay, sometimes something happens in life, even just a discussion between your parents can trigger you into trauma, and that part of your soul leaves, and doesn't want to come back until you're ready. So that's what I found on you so far. So I'm just going to do a quick healing. Can I borrow this chair? And okay, so we're gonna use this Foyer. It's called Foyer. And we're going to check what chakra we're gonna work. Let me just list this. First chakra, second chakra. Third chakra. Okay, so it's your power. Okay, it's your power. You feel powerless. Okay, so I need you to hold the stone like this on your third chakra. And all those on your third chakra here. So like that. So I can see the stone. Perfect. Thank you. So all of those invalidation pictures that you're having right now, I need you to claim them and say, I'm going to get rid of you. And with all the intention, because the most important thing for healing is intention. When you have the intention to heal, you will heal. So you need to believe, okay? Okay. All of that out of your luminous field, I need you to send it into that stone. Okay. Job. There you go. Ooh. You feel it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good job. Oh, wow. Good job. You're good at this, Darlene. I wish all my patients were like that. Okay. Good job. And I would encourage you also to blow your hormonal issues into that stone. It seems like they need to go like that. So you might need also healing in your female space later. Good job. It's coming to peaceful state. Good job. Are you feeling? Smoke on this. Okay, we're going to go even deeper. And this time I want you to release any, ooh, here it comes. Anything that might be in the subconscious that you're ready to let go. Okay, let's check the chakra. Good job. I have this thing. Okay. Not done yet. One more thing. Good night. So you can create new possibilities, new adventures, new emotions. How do you feel? Good. Okay. How do you feel compared to before?
Feel more like myself.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
All right. Do you guys have any questions or anything that you want to address? We have time for one more. Yeah.
I guess, is there any way that you can tell if you have attachments? Or like personally, is there a way that you can scan and find that out?
Yeah. You want to come? Okay, actually pick a stone first. Because I can read you from like here and kind of like, yeah, I see something, but I rather you do it in a physical way. I need you to blow 3 times into that stone. And by the way, the Peruvian shamans are experts on this stuff. Okay, so just showing you a little bit of what we can do. Okay. What is your name?
Tina.
Tina. Show me a yes for Tina. Show me a no for Tina. Thank you. Does she have any attachments? Yes. You see that? Does she need an illumination? No. Okay, so you need a cord removal. Okay, so is there any way you could grab that feather from my booth? Thank you. Okay. Does she need anything else? No. Okay. So let me scan you for attachments. Let's see. You've been betrayed, right? It feels like you have something going through like this, like through your back.
Oh.
Yeah. Or at least
Say what?
abandoned. Okay. Betray, abandonment. Yeah. It's a big one. Okay. So what she's gonna do is she's gonna bring me my corner feather to help you release that. But right now you have a huge like abandonment picture right here. So just trying to find it, just loosen it up a little bit. Thank you, Margie. Woo. So this attachment is kind of like going through all your leg, and it's like a long snake. So I'm gonna pull it out a little bit more, and I'm gonna cut it when you're. Okay, so when I tell you, I need you to blow and say, I release, I let go. You ready? 1, 2, 3. I release, I let go.
I release, I let go.
Oh, wow. Okay, here comes another one. You have another one in your room. This watches for you. And you know who it is, right? Seems like it. Okay. Time. 1, 2, 3. I release, I let go.
I release, I let
go. There we go. Ooh, a lot of energetic changes right there. That was a lot of energy.
I can relax.
Yeah.
The flow is coming out.
You need more work, sure. But I just want to tell you that there was a big one, and it seems like it was just like. See, this is the problem with course. Sometimes our parents, whoever train us, that we need to suck it up because that's expected, and you just go through life and saying, okay, amen to whatever, whatever parents or relatives or husbands, whatever, and they tell you this is how you need to behave. But it causes a big problem with us because it blocks our energy, especially in our core. In your case was here, right here. And you cannot fully come into your body until that's removed. But it's an energetic imprint, and once it's gone, it's gone. Okay? So I would encourage you to find a way to keep healing, because there are minor ones on your wound, but that one has to be done. And that might need some changing in your thinking. So, okay? Yeah, but that's you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, Tina. Yes.
So all the ancestral work is very confusing because I'm adopted. So is it parents or is it adopt? Like I'm told it's ancestral through the blood, but it's very confusing to me.
Well, all of the above. All of the above. Well, I mean, our parents, unfortunately, aren't perfect, right? I mean, we're human beings. So we're human beings and we need to heal from our wounds. Sometimes I feel like I hurt my child by just saying something that I didn't mean anything by it. And for them, they took it the wrong way and it hurt them, and that causes an energetic imprint. So energy, it's just imagine that an energetic imprint can be there for so long that pretty soon it starts manifesting at a physical level. Okay, so that's why it's important that we remove those energetic imprints. Okay, we're not supposed to be carrying it around. And what happens when we isolate ourselves from nature, that's exactly what we stop doing. We stop letting go of negative energy. We don't have a way to reset ourselves. Okay, so a lot of the emotional baggage that we have is energy. It's energy. So we need to be able to release it. So when I was reading Darlene, I was calling on the serpent. That was the physical, this an archetype that allows me to see what's going on at the physical level. Then I call on the otorongo, the jaguar, that allow me to look at the emotional level in the mind. Then next, I call on the hummingbird that allows me to see at the soul level. And then I call on the eagle and condor that allows me to see at the spirit level. Okay, so those are 4 different healing levels. Okay, but we cannot fix a problem down here from here. Okay, we have to come from the energetic level. If we don't address what caused the physical level from a higher level, it's always going to be there and we're going to be going around the drain. Okay, so this is very important. All the levels are important. Going to the doctor is important. Going to the psychologist is important. But releasing the energetic imprint is very important as well. Okay, so we are multi-level beings, and that's part of the work that I do. Okay, any other questions, concerns? Who wants to go to Peru? Awesome. Okay, well, that's all I have. So, do you have any questions?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
When are you going to Peru?
August 2025. Last week of August. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, once I get the group ready, I will start a class in which I will start like a monthly or bi-monthly meeting in which I will start teaching about the cartwise, the rights, and the people that want to receive them, they will receive them online. And then once we get to Peru, if we have the chance, we do it again, or we allow the aquas to do the activations. Because nature, the sun, receiving the sun, will activate this cartwise. Okay, receiving the sun, talking to the mountain, having that connection. Because every person that is going to go on this journey, they're not going just because. There's a reason and a purpose. Okay, so you're being called to go on this journey. All right. So just remember that it has to do with getting your purpose. Yes. No, I haven't. I have heard about ley lines. Yeah. And you believe, Melinda, you told me about that. We are in the similar ley lines with Reno, specifically, right? In Tahoe, Tahoe is with those ley lines. Yes.
There is a local astrologer who some of you may know named Robert Ayers in Truckee, who's quite well known. But he came on one of the journeys that I organized to Peru, and he said there's a lot of shamanic crossover between Lake Tahoe and Lake Titicaca. And so I would say, if you're interested in learning more about that, you can get in touch with him, Robert Ayers, astrologicalalchemy.com.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Oh, I want to introduce Wyatt. I'm sorry. Wyatt, this young man is amazing. He and his friend went with me to film this documentary. He was amazing, and he was such an important part of this project. And if he wasn't at the energy of the heart, we would not been able to create this amazing project. So I encourage you, please, to watch it. And the name is Journey to the Heart of the Andes. You can find it in kinema.com. Okay. Yes. I'm giving it to the earth. I'm giving it to the earth. And once you guys leave, I'm gonna be a little cleansing.
So people will.
No, when I'm removing it, I'm directing it. Yeah. So yeah, and that's important because what happens, we all are energy, right? So what happens is we go through a room like this. I would encourage you to either, if you don't know how to cleanse your own space energetically, at least take an Epsom salt bath, to help you release that. That's something physical you can do, or you can use a sound healing instrument, also, or you can meditate and ground your energy just like we did to the earth, right? And let it go. And have the intention. Again, 99% of healing happens with intention. If you have the intention that you're going to heal, you will heal. Okay? So, thank you.
Where is your video again?
Kinema.com. I'll give you the information. Okay. My booth is right outside the door. So if you guys are interested in the journey, the documentary, or any further healings, I'm right outside the door. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo here in Reno. We're so excited because this is our first event ever in Nevada. Nice. So welcome and thanks for being here. I hope you guys have fun with us all weekend. We have so many amazing, magical, and supernatural experiences and activities all weekend. So stay with us, stick around, tell your friends and family. At SoulSearch, we are committed to the awakening of consciousness, of humanity, and we do that. We have an online platform with all types of spiritual and energetic healers, teachers, and guides. We do these live Enlightenment Expos all over California, Arizona, and now we're here in Nevada. And also we have our SoulSearch TV, which you guys should check out. It's our conscious content streaming channel. Jared, the medium, who you'll be seeing very soon, has his own show on there called Medium Sized Ego. And this is actually being filmed for season 2. So,
wow.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. You can see them filming here. So without further ado, I want to introduce you guys to Jared the Medium. He has been working as a professional medium for over a decade, bringing his straightforward, honest, and simple approach to mediumship. He teaches that all people have this ability, and you can dive deeper with him today, but also when you watch the show. He does extensive work helping others develop their abilities in sessions and with his infamous development circles. We have one tonight. It is sold out, so you can stay tuned for the next one. And he also shares his processes and techniques of giving messages in the battle with the ego in a gallery setting in his show, Medium Sized Ego. So I'm super excited to have Jared the Medium here with us today. You guys are going to have an incredible experience. So thanks so much and welcome, Jared.
So when he's actually reading, he picks up the energy. So give me a better applause.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome here. So just so you know, the applause is to get you guys energy up, to get you guys excited, but it does the opposite. It messes with me, right? So I got to fight the ego, right? I gets me all, my head gets big, and then I got to be like, I got to get that back down. So just so you know, I don't like applause in between readings. That's why I'm telling you that. Again, I'm fighting this ego, right? Like I'm trying to keep my ego middle sized. I'm trying to keep my ego in the middle. So if you clap every time, then my ego gets swollen, and then I got to fight it again. So we get you excited. We get the energy up in here. We get the energy high. We get everybody clapping to get your guys' energy up. Okay, so that's what that's all about. Welcome here. I tell everybody that I'm Jared and I'm a medium, and medium just means middleman. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you, right? Without mixing it with all of this. That's true. Trying to not mix it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and let my own ego get in the way. Okay, hence the medium-sized ego is the name of my show. So I do have a show out called Medium Sized Ego. We are recording for season 2 right now. So if you don't want to be recorded, this is not the right place for you. Just a warning. But again, I do tell everybody if there's something personal that comes to that you don't want to be seen, this has happened, and you come tell me, hey, they don't know that, throw it out. Okay? Of course. Of course. All right. Well, welcome here, everybody. Again, I tell everybody that that my ego gets in the way for a really important reason, because if you get up here and do this, right, the first thing that happens is I have a lot of fear that comes in. Right away. Okay, right away, I get in front of a bunch of people, fear creeps in. Now I'm scared, I'm worried that I'm going to get wrong. There's all these fears that creep in. And I found this little trick to get past this fear is just to tell you all that I'm afraid. It's crazy how well that works. It's amazing, right? I can get up here and go, I might be wrong. I'm afraid. My ego gets in the way. Okay, wasn't my intention. I had this great idea what I was going to do when I did these galleries. I was going to get up and showcase my abilities. And I got up in front of you and spirit said, that's not what we're going to do today. We're going to tell everybody exactly what's really going on. And again, like I said, it's easier for me. If I get stuck, instead of panicking, I've already warned you guys, hey, I might get stuck. And I can show you what happens and how I get out of it and how I can get stuck. And I can share it all with you. And spirit shows me the reason I'm doing this is so that I can actually share with you the ins and outs of how I get my information so that it doesn't seem like some magic gift that some people have and some people don't. They want you all to see that you all do this. Mediumship is not a magic gift. It's not, I don't have a gift. I do have lots of gifts. Okay, that's not true. My past is my gift. Okay, all the stuff I went through, that's my gift. This is something I practice and I get better at the more I practice it. So the truth is you guys can all do this. Everybody has this ability. Okay, and that's what I'm trying to demonstrate. And the only way I can demonstrate that with you is to show you my struggles. Because what happened for me is I watched my idols do this, and and what happens is you only see like the best of what they do. You don't see them struggle. And so I compare myself to that, and I say, I'll never be that good, right? But the minute you see me struggle, you can be like, I can be that bad. I can do that, right? I could do that. And then maybe you connect a little bit. And maybe if you see the bad part also, you realize it's not all roses. It's not all perfect. It's a journey, right? It's a journey. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to go around the room. I'm just going to pick some people at random, which is a lie. Spirit's going to hopefully pick some people. And then they're going to give some messages through me, right? Like that's the truth. And the first part of that process is to get myself out of the way and not pick who I want and make sure I let Spirit pick, okay? So that's kind of the first part of the process. If I don't listen to that, the readings don't ever go very good. Now, I've also been struggling to pick. I used to be able to just pick a person and read them, and I was always on the right person. But lately, Spirit has been throwing me a curveball where I will think I'm reading that person, and I'll be on somebody else. It'll be over here. It'll be for the wrong person. I never had that problem before, but now it's becoming an issue. So I'm going to start changing the way I do things a little bit by going in a section and trying to figure out who it is before I just pick somebody. I may do that. I may not. I don't know. Again, it's all a process. Spirit's changing. You know, it worked for me for so many years and now it doesn't. What does that mean? Spirit's changing what they want me to do. So my job is not to fight that. It's to just do what they want. So that's the process. That's what we're going to start with today. So I'm just going to go to an area now and pick somebody. Okay. So I'm sorry, go ahead and just say it. Because is the light messing it up? Is it the light? Because I don't really want this light in my face anyway. So. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's the boss. Got to listen to the boss. So, all right. So here we go. All right, so I'm being drawn over to this side, okay? I'm also being drawn over to this side. So I feel like I want to go here or here. So then I got to kind of check. So I can't count on my eyes because my eyes are bad. Like if I look at you, now I'm judging you, right? Now I'm like, ooh, I don't know. So a lot of times I like to close my eyes and feel because I'm empathic. So that's how I get my information mostly is by feel. So I can trust those feelings to be drawn. And so now I know they drew me this way. So I wasn't quite sure, but I got drawn over in this area. So I'm in this area, okay? So I'm just gonna go in and try to get some information and see, I'm stuck between those three people right there. So I'm not sure which one. So yeah, see, this is changing. This isn't how I normally do it. So kind of neat. You guys are experiencing a new thing, right? I don't know, it's new for me. So let's go. All right. Father figure who's passed. So immediately have a father figure. I think I'm with you. You have a father figure who's passed? You have military on that side of the family? Okay. Military, police, or fire. Could be one of those three things. What's Dad's name? Doesn't feel right. Hold on. Let me make sure. Where's the alcoholism? Yeah, I'm back. Your father's passed? You're law enforcement? What's your father's name? See, I get chills. Okay, so I'm back there. Okay, I'm back there. Sorry. And again, so chills are my ultimate yes, right? Like I trust that with my life, literally. Okay, chills is how Spirit tells me yes. This is the messages I've been getting, first messages I ever got, and the most. So that's what I trust, right? And the reason I don't normally ask names, but when I ask the name and if I get the chills, then I know I'm with that person. So again, new process for me. One of the reasons I don't like just going to a room is because you see what happens, right? That's me, that's me, that's me, that's me. And I don't like when people, mediums or people who do what I do, can use that to kind of narrow it down, or it looks vague. I don't like that. I've always hated it. I've tried to stay away from it, but spirit is in charge. I am not. So that's how this works. All right. So can I come? I'm going to come over here and come to you. Okay. Lots of love from Dad. So again, he comes very, very close to you and shows you that he loves you. He says, "Tell her I love her. Tell her I love her." Do you have a sister? Because I only know that there's at least one sibling, because when he said, "Tell her I love her," I felt him circle more than one person. So that just tells me there's more people on your level that he's saying, "Tell them I love them. Tell them I love them." So you have a sister. There's more than that, though, correct? Because I see a brother also. You have a brother also. Okay. Did he struggle with something, but died very quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he shows me, he snaps his fingers. So again, these are symbols that I get, right? Snapping of the fingers means someone passed very quickly. Oh wow, that is crazy. So I got chills all over. Chills all over is just a strong yes. So yeah, I would have never, if you would have said brain aneurysm, I would have thought that was immediate, because that's usually an immediate thing for me. So if he would have showed me that, I would have thought immediate, but he didn't. He showed me like he died quickly, but he also struggled with something for a really long time. Great evidence that this is him, right? So that's great evidence. My job is to bring you guys evidence that this is really him, and all that does is shows you that you can communicate with your loved ones. You are communicating. They see what's happening. They know what's going on. If I can give you any evidence that they're around you, you can go home and talk to them, and you don't need me. Okay, that's my job. My job is to teach you. You don't need me. Okay, that's it. I'm just confirmation. Every once in a while, you need confirmation that you're not crazy and you're actually talking to your loved ones. Okay, that's the truth. You don't rely on me for daily information. You don't need me to tell you anything that you don't already know. Okay, I'm just to confirm that you're not crazy and that you do communicate with them and that they know what's going on. You have children? Who one of your, there's grandchildren though, because he said grandchildren. So there's grandchildren. Okay. Because he said, tell the grandchildren, or tell the grandchildren. Where's the namesake? So who's named after who?
My brother.
Okay. After him. Okay. He showed me the being named. Now, see, I assumed it was a grandchild, because first he said grandchild, but then he said namesake. So again, I kind of look at the order it comes in, and I make assumptions based on what order that information came in. And if it was wrong, I think, but unless it's the brother side, that's where the children are. I feel like okay. So anyway, there's a namesake. Again, like I said, I followed the order. It was wrong. That's the assumption I make. I'm clear to tell you guys when I'm assuming something and when I get it from spirit. I'm always willing to be wrong, because you can't do this kind of work if you're not willing to be wrong. The minute I'm not willing to be wrong, I'm lying to you. I'm lying to myself. I'm trying to make something fit. It happens all the time. I don't do it on purpose all the time, but I have to really be aware of it. And part of the way I do that is I put it right in front of you, just like I did with my fear. I stick it out here. Like, look, maybe that's wrong. That's okay. And it allows me to move on from it and get the next bit of information. Now, if I think I'm wrong and I go in and they give it to me again, then I might want to think maybe that's not wrong because they give it to me again. Okay? So that's kind of how the process works. Okay. Where's the Rose name? Is there someone in your family with the name Rose? Yes or no? Or a flower name?
I was supposed to be.
You were? Okay. Yeah. So you were supposed to be named Rose?
Yeah.
Perfect. See, now that's something nobody would know, right? Like that's something nobody would know. And I don't use flowers a lot. I try not to, but sometimes it means something else. But when I hear Rose and I think it's a name, it means a name Rose. So that's something nobody would know. That's some way to prove to you that they're really around. That's just like we talked about. That's the evidence that you know he's around. That you know he's okay. Now you've seen him since the past. Is that true? Did he come to you in a dream?
Not exactly.
Well, he gives me my symbol, which says, you know I'm okay because I showed up. So you have to. Okay. I could be wrong there.
It was very clear.
Like he showed up. Okay. And that could be, I could have got that wrong. That could be right. But he's again, I'd love to be like, yeah, that's it. And then you guys would all think, I got that. But they tell me no. So I have to go with what they say, otherwise I get stuck after that. Like if I do that and I let her lead me and say, no, it's this, and they said it's that, and if I just want to look good, or if I just think it's okay and I let that go, then I can't get any more information. It's weird. It's like you get stuck after that because I lost what I call the thread, right? So I'm going to say no. He says, you know it's okay. So if it wasn't a visual or a dream like you wanted it to be, it means you felt him, you knew he was around. And again, I feel like you're talking to him when he does this. So it's like you're talking to him and he somehow answers you. That's the feeling I get. So again, he's very adamant. No, I showed up for you. So the problem that we had a lot is we expect it to be more. We want what Sister had. We want him to appear right in front of us. We want it to be visual. And it's never enough. Once you get one of those, you want three now. Like that's how that works. So it's never enough. Never enough. So I could easily go like, well, it's never enough. Well, yeah, because I know that. But he does say he showed up for you. You know, is that family with you? Just you? Okay, so mom's still alive for you? Because he says, tell mom I'm okay. So were they split up? Or were they just not together when you passed?
No, they were together. They just had a boy.
Okay. Yeah, it has to be something like this. They show me the butting ahead. He shows me his symbol for me is like butting ahead or something. But like, was he not there when she passed, or was she there?
No, we had this.
Okay, so one last thing for you. You keep saying thank you. Okay, so the big thank you, and it has to do with before he passed, and talking to him, or forgiving him or something about that before he passed. So I feel this connection to you before he passed. He says thank you. Thank you for that. And again, lots and lots of love. So I don't know if he showed lots of love, but he's showing it to you now. Because it's like he just is overdoing it all. Like almost overdoing it. And sometimes that means they weren't good at showing love. You know what I mean? When they're going out of their way to show extra love, it means they weren't good at that when they were living. So that could be what that is. All right, thank you. Thank you. It is weird without the clapping, though, I know. No. So yeah, so you guys see, like, there's some spots in there where I kind of started getting stuck. But was I stuck, or was I just not like? And here's what I've learned. Okay, I can be wrong. You can be wrong. A lot of times, you guys don't remember. You don't know. You're not understanding in the moment. That can happen all the time. But they're never wrong. I've never once had Spirit give me wrong information. Not my guides. Okay, not my guides. As long as I'm connected to my guide, they've never once given me wrong information. Do I get it wrong sometimes? Do I translate it wrong? Yes. But if I get my connection good with them, I can always just check. Is this you, or is this me making this shit up? You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm children in here. Good. So anyway, that's the process. So if I can learn to trust that connection, right, with my love, with my guide, right, because that's where I get my information from, then I can always go back and check. And I can say, well, it doesn't feel wrong, or I'm not sure, maybe it's wrong. But I can always double check, and that's how I can navigate that. And I don't let you guys, I try not to let you guys lead the reading, because you saw that part. You saw where I could have easily went with what she said. Oh, that's the sister. And I could have went that way. And I would have looked right instead of what I told her, and she still didn't quite understand it. So, and that could be wrong. But I have found that if I do that, the rest of the reading goes south. I have to stick with what Spirit gives me. I can't let you guys lead me. I can't do that. And this is true for life, right? This is how we live. And this is so important to remember. Like, if we let other people lead us in directions that we don't believe, it just doesn't, you're off the tracks, right? You're off the tracks. So that's kind of how that goes. All right, I need to come over to this section now. I'm not sure. I'm on this side, about middle here in these 2 rows. Wait until we figure out exactly what it is, and then we'll give the mic. All right. Ooh, maybe I'm not. I think I just got stolen. Okay. Yeah, because I felt like I was in here, and I was going to an older person, and then I had a younger adult, I got a son that just popped in. So I have a male energy who's passed, and I don't feel like I'm in this area anymore. So I feel like I just lost my connection to this area. So let me see what I can get. Let me go back in and see which direction they want me to go with that. This is part of the problem with opening it up to the room, is people will jump in, right? Like I want it to be me. I want it to be me. That's kind of how that happens. Even Spirit's doing that, right? No, I'm not even talking about you guys. I'm talking about Spirit jumping in, trying to make it about them. All right, so let me just see what I can get. Okay, they told me to come to somebody. Can I know you? Am I ready before? Okay, perfect. I only asked that because I don't like to meet people in a gallery setting in front of all you that I've already read, because then that would look like a fraud, right? I may already know information. So that's why I asked the question, and you look familiar. So that usually means I have information for you. Okay. Did you take care of a female before they passed? They got sick? No? Okay. You did? Was it long? Okay. I'm not with you. Are you guys together? Okay. Yeah. So I got all my symbol first for talk about illness, which is oxygen 2 in the nose. So that's my first impression. And then I see it again, which now means, and I also know from her reaction that she obviously needed, you have memory of her with oxygen. Right? Okay. So full disclosure, I saw her reaction. Okay. At the same time as I was giving this symbol. Now, did I use that? Yeah. I used her reaction to know I was in the right place. Because sometimes that leads me wrong. Because you guys react in all kinds of ways that you might not even hear me right. And I might see that reaction and think I got it figured out. And again, remember if I said I don't follow spirit, then it runs astray. So am I using your reaction to make sure I'm in the right place sometimes? Yes, I am reading your body language. I am. Do I have to? No. But it does speed things up sometimes. In a gallery setting, it's very important for me to do. I can do this with my eyes closed and you guys not there, but I do use that. And so I tell people that because that's the truth. Like it's not all, I'm mixing these things together to make sure I get the information for you. So I get the ultimate thank you. Okay? The ultimate thank you means you took care of somebody before you pass. That's how it come I think because they say thank you. And I get it in sign language, so that means to me that they didn't say it to you or they didn't get a chance to say it before they passed. I got more of the feeling like she didn't say it. Like, yeah, like she wouldn't. You understand? She's kind of stubborn and she would not say thank you. Do you understand? Now, I only know that from the feeling I get when I describe this to her. So I'm a empath, so I'm basing the symbols that I get, and when I start talking about it, I'm getting feelings from this at the same time. So I'm using all these different things at the same time. We all do this. This is normal. We see people, we judge them with our eyes, right? We get feelings, we see their reactions. This is all normal stuff. Okay, all normal stuff. Okay, so big thank you. Big thank you. Who are you taking care of now? Somebody left? Okay. So who else? Is there somebody else who also got ill who needed to be taken care of? Father, right? Okay. I thought you were still here because so I got that wrong, but like she said, I saw her in a second. So I felt like you were still dealing with it, which could mean that you're still dealing with it. Right. And again, I don't like that stuff because it's like, yeah, of course you could say that. Right? Oh, I hate when people say, well, this is this, and they say no, and you go, oh, well, it means spiritually. I hate that. So I try to avoid it because it looks fake, right? I'm skeptical by nature. Like, even though this is what I do, I'm super skeptical. So I try to treat you all like you're super skeptical because that's the way I want to be treated, right? So that's why I'm upfront about it. That's why I tell you guys what's going on. And that's why I try to stay away from the cliche stuff, right? But I did know that you're still kind of holding on to some of that because I can still feel it on you. And for some reason, again, this is probably wrong, but for some reason I feel like you're still holding on to dad when you think you're holding on to mom. So that's kind of the way that feels. So I know you're gonna tell me I'm wrong. I know it feels wrong, but that's what they wanted me to say. So again, that can mean that there is some stuff that you're not aware that you're holding on to with dad. Did dad die before mom? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it feels like before. Which one of them had the embarrassing feelings of stomach issues or like we're losing functions? Okay. Because I get this feeling of embarrassment with taking care of somebody, and it means like you had to take care of them, and they were losing their body function. That was mom. Okay. Again, I feel like she would never tell you any of this stuff, but she was very thankful for you. But she wasn't one to tell you this. Is there religion in her son's life? Above her, especially like if she raised? Yeah, because she's showing me that. So again, a feeling, right? I said she would have never showed you this or said this to you, and she showed me my symbol life. That's how it was written. Okay, and so that's her way of showing me where that came from. You understand? That's where it came from. It came from the way she was raised, and she showed me the symbol. So again, it's somewhere in between Catholic and Christian, so I don't know. Somewhere in between. Does that make sense? Really? Tell me how that makes sense.
Well,
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So ironically, the symbol for me when it's a big cross, when they do this, it feels that's Catholic, and when it's a little, it's Christian. So that's my symbolism. So they're like, like it was confusing because she did a little of both. So okay. So I'm glad that makes sense. All right. Do you still have her jewelry? What do you have? Okay. She just did my symbol. She like picked some. You have a ring. She wants to bring up a specific ring. Yeah. Why is that so important to her? She said it's so important. Okay, perfect. And you see the order that came in. She brought up the way she was raised and above her and the mom before her, and then she brings up the ring right after that, which was her mom, right? So see how that order is important, how that information came in. I go back and read it like a book. It's a good order. So she brings up the ring and she says, "Thank you." So did she have a bunch of like costume jewelry too? Still has? So you need to get rid of? Yeah. Okay. Again, you're getting permission from mom to get rid of that stuff because it's not valuable. What are you doing? Let it go. It's not valuable. It's not valuable. It's not. Okay, one last thing for you. So I'm seeing a hospital bed. Like, did you have a hospital bed in your house for her? In her room. Okay. Okay, perfect. So again, very specific image that I got. And again, I say I got an image, right? But really, I'm an empath, so I really felt that. And it's hard to describe that to people, but you guys all think that you need to close your eyes and see these images very clearly in your mind. That's what I thought. I thought I was to close my eyes, and this billboard would appear in my head in the darkness, and in the billboard, the answer would show up, and it'd be like flashing neon light. That's what I thought when people said they were seeing messages, And so when I say I see a bed in a room, like a hospital bed in the house, you would think I saw that. But it didn't. I somehow felt that from them. And in my mind, out of the feeling, I made a picture out of it. Right? It's not a lot of detail. It's just the feeling of a bed. Hospital bed, an adjustable bed in the house. And again, I got that right after she was saying how thankful that she was, and how well you took care of her, and how you still have all the stuff that you need to go through. And so again, I would feel, I don't know how long ago this was, but I feel like we still need to go through some stuff. Okay. So you say it's been 2.5 years? Yeah. And that's not too bad because I got like a year. So what I do is I take what they give me, what I feel, and then I compare it to what it is, and then I know where she's at emotionally with it or where she's at feeling wise. So if she's a year behind, that's not bad. That's okay. But mom is telling you to move, get rid of this stuff. So you must have a lot of this still in the house. Okay. Did somebody move into a room? You solved it. Okay. So somebody moved into a room. Okay. Did she show me somebody moving she showed me someone moving into the room, so hopefully she's not like leaving those people alone. She shouldn't be paying attention to that anymore. Do you know how she was? She said she went like this. So again, this is another way spirit works for me, and you'll be amazed. I'll be up here dancing sometimes, all kinds of crazy stuff that I do that I don't need to do, because I definitely wouldn't dance in front of you. I don't dance, right? And so for me to stand up here and act like a little old lady, I wouldn't do either, right? So that's one way I know it's from spirit, because my ego wouldn't allow me to do that in front of all of you. There's no way, right? I couldn't do that. But so they got me up here and they got me saying posing like her. That's the way spirit works. It's what she said was that's exactly what my mom would do. Hands in the hip. That's her. And so that's a great piece of evidence. And I didn't say it. I didn't feel it. I act like they used my body to act it out. So great. So thank you so much. Thank you. Trying to move around. And stay in the front. All right. Well, cool. You guys got to see a couple of different things so far. You got to see the struggle. You got to see that when it goes well and when it feels good. And again, I'm not 100% when I get this information, as you can see. And I tell you, it's not rocket science. It's not something that's been written down and you follow this formula. And okay, so for instance, I have a symbol, right? This is a symbol for me. When I do this, I find myself either doing it or I feel it or whatever you want to say. I get this symbol. This symbol means addiction. Okay. It means somebody has addiction issues, but it also can mean mental illness. It could also mean someone has a brain tumor, right? So I get the symbol, and by the time I start doing it and talking about it, the rest of the information has to come in from spirit, right? But my job is to get in front of you, not have the information yet, start talking about it, and count on spirit to give me the rest of the information. And the reason for that is if I do the alternate of that is for me to try to get my information first. Okay, so that'd be like me going over here and being like, okay, they were an alcoholic, the person died, they were in an accident, and I'm trying to get it all so that I could hand it to you and be like, this is what it is. Okay. The problem with doing that way for me personally, now not everybody's like this, but for me, is that gives me too much time to mix it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and let my own ego get in the way. I can't do that. I will try to decipher that information and give it to you, and it'll be attached with my information. It'll have my history with it. It'll have my thoughts. It'll have my ego. My fears will all be in there before I hand it to you because I took it and then gave it to you. So a trick that I use is to just go to you without knowing anything and then start talking about the symbol they give me or the image they first give me. And then hopefully I can get it and give it to you without messing it up with my own thoughts and my own ideas. So that's one of the ways that works. And so what does that tell you, right? What is the important part of this is that I teach people this stuff, right? I teach people development sessions. I teach them. I do classes once a month or twice a month where I have people come and practice these things. And here's the important part, okay? I don't know nothing about you. So that's why it's easier for me to get this information and know it's from spirit, know it's not my information, and give it to you, okay? The more information I get, the less accurate I can do that. The more I start mixing it with my own information that I think I have, okay? This is why it's hard for us to get information for ourselves. I have a hard time getting this. I can't get all that amazing stuff for myself. And that's where we all try this. This is why we think this doesn't work for us, because we try it on ourselves or our loved ones first. And guess what? You're going to mix your own fears, your own thoughts, your own ideas, everything you want for that person, everything you don't want for that person or you, before you get the message and give it to yourself. And then it's not right. It's wrong. And then what do? You tell yourself, this isn't real. I can't do this. There's no connection. This is fake. Okay? So that's the mistake. So my prescription for that is get you in front of people you know nothing about and test it. And then you tell me you can't do this, because it works. It works if you get in front of people you don't know and you try a few simple things. It works. So that's what I would tell you. So, okay, I'm going to move on and do some more readings. I don't know why I'm jumping. See, they got me doing jumping. I don't know why. It's excitement. It's excitement. I'm in this area over here. I'm excited. I have, I want to say younger male, but I'm not exactly sure. This could be a brother. So I have a male to the side who's coming in the back corner. So male to the side would be brother or husband. Seeing camouflage. So I don't like, again, camouflage is not like a symbol for me, but so I don't know what that means. I'll tell you if it's a symbol, but I see camouflage, I see male, I see someone to the side, I see jumping. I was over here jumping. I don't know what that's about. So, and then what else? Let's see. They're pointing to a ring. And again, I'm hoping I'm not like mixing a couple different things together. Does that fit? Do you have a male beside you? Is that for a brother? Is that? Yeah. How about back here? I'm in this area somewhere. Male beside. You? You have a brother that just passed? Okay, does it camouflage mean anything to you? Okay, I'm not real certain about camouflage. I don't have a symbol for that. I don't think it's wrong. Go ahead and give him the mic. I think it's him. So not military? Yeah, in your family, that side? So you're military. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. So that would make sense, because camouflage would be a symbol. They just saluted. So saluted is police, military, or fire. So after I got this like jumping, like this guy was exercising and doing calisthenics or something, then he went to you and he saluted. So brother just passed. Did he get ill before he passed? Illness? Okay. Did you have children? 2 or more? Okay. And then I want to split those 2 children, so that usually means a couple different things. It means boy or girl, but so that could be the first thing I would say. Are they boy and girl? Okay. So he takes and he splits them boy and girl. Grandchildren? Does he have grandchildren? Did you say grandchildren? So again, I just hear it. I hear grandchildren, or and did you have labor? Where's the labor breathing in that side of the family, or having a hard time alone? The brother and you, that side of the family, dad's side of the family, male side of the family. Your dad? Okay, so but then I just had somebody else kind of come in and I felt, and you see me not ask if it was the brother because I felt like a shift or a change or it didn't quite pin the brother. So that's dad's way of coming in and showing me the lung issue. Was he a smoker though? Because he showed me my symbol for heavy smoking. So smoking. So again, that's the connection I got immediately. It was like smoking. So dad's here. Dad's here. Yeah, the energy shifted when I said that. You see that? I'm like, oh, dad's here. All right. Dad was the military? Because he comes through kind of like that. Kind of. I got male energy coming in kind of certain. So if it's not dad, it's got to be right above dad. It's like sternness of one of these males. Dad, brother, someone right there. So it's got to be somebody showing me stern. Like I call it militant. Okay. Not sure. So see, I'm not sure. So like again, I'll tell you guys, I'm not sure. I'm not feeling 100%. Again, I can't confirm it. I didn't get chills. I don't know for sure, but I'm not getting a no. I'm not getting a yes. Like that's just my way. All I can say is I'm not sure. So then I can just move on. And sometimes it clears itself up. Sometimes I let that go. We never know. Sometimes he gets it later. Sometimes he doesn't. Doesn't really matter. My job is to try. This is the hard part. To let those no's go. That's the hard part, right? It's easy for me to let go of the right ones. It's hard for me to let go of the wrong ones. Okay, so when they're wrong, I have a really hard time forgetting. But when you guys, when they're amazing, I don't remember any of you guys reading. I'll walk out of here and go, that's good. I don't, I felt like it was good. I didn't hear it. I don't remember any of it. I don't get to hold on to it. If I'm doing this right, okay. If I'm doing it right and I'm out of the way and Spirit's doing it, then I don't hold on to it. I don't get to remember it in the reading. It's kind of cool in a way because then I can read people again and not remember it. But when someone says no, then I remember it. And Spirit told me, you don't get to take credit when it's right. You don't get to take credit when it's wrong either. Okay? I don't get to, because I don't know if you can figure that out later. I don't know if it's wrong. I don't need to choose that. All right, I'm going to come back here to the back row and again, I'm not sure. Going through two people around here. I think I'm with you. No. Okay. Yeah. Someone in? Alicia? No. Okay. You have a nickname you go by? You got another male who calls you something different? Yeah. See, it didn't feel right. So I have something that when they say tell me their name and it doesn't feel right, then that means that I got somebody who would call her something different. That's not what I would call you. That's not right. That's not right. Okay. So again, you're saying little sis. So I'm making assumptions now, right? Like how do you not assume that's a brother? Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not feeling that. I don't know that. I know there's a male energy. That's all I got. Male so far. But again, it feels more like a father figure to me than it does a brother. So I'm going by the feeling. So it's an uncle. Perfect. See? So that was me fighting the assumption that she said little sis, right? So wouldn't you would assume, okay, it's got to be a brother. But that's not what I was feeling. It didn't do right. It felt where they came in, they felt a little higher than that, a little further away, a little more like a father figure than a brother. Okay? So again, uncles can sit in both places for me. Uncles can be next to you or above you, depending on the relationship. Okay? So I do have that felt right when you said that. So that's the uncle that I was confirmed is coming through. Okay? I'm also getting a fast passing, but I'm also getting a slow passing. So I'm getting both. Correct? Is that right? Okay. Sorry, got to make sure. Sometimes you guys shake your head, but I don't quite get the confirmation from you that it's right. Don't say yes if it's not a yes. Don't try to spare my feelings. It'll make the whole reading go wrong. I'd rather you say no. Okay? If it's not right. Okay? All right. So what was Uncle's name? I just heard, hi, Nate. Hi, Nate. So I don't know. I just heard, like, it's a feeling. Say hi. Say hi. So there's a lot of family that you say hi to or that you say hi to. So there's, like, you have either siblings or kids or something that there's a lot of things to say hi to. So it's a lot of people, surrounding people who would say hi to. What I would say. Did he have a addiction issue? Okay. So remember I said I get that symbol? And again, before I say it, I have to kind of figure out which one of these it is, right? And so, okay. He said, leave me alone, I was happy. So I feel like a lot of people would have tried to give him a hard time about it, and he's like, I'm doing my thing. So again, I wasn't sure, but he did show me drinking, so I know there was drinking involved. So he did show me, like, now he's showing me this, which now I know is drinking, right? If he would have shown me this first, I wouldn't have known it was an issue. I would have just known he liked to drink. But once I see this first, I know it's an addiction issue. Then he shows me drinking. Now, it's mixed in with a lot of other issues and a lot of other problems. I do see some post-traumatic stress disorder with him. I do see witness some stuff that necessarily, I don't know. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean military, but it means like he witnessed things and he never quite got to believe that. He did? Okay. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Now, you guys who are sensitive in here should be getting chills at the same time as I'm getting chills. If you are, those are just confirmations. Again, here's what I teach. Don't trust me, I could be wrong. I could be foolish stuff. Okay? I could be making this up. If you get chills, you trust that because that's your guides telling you yes. Okay, that's how this works. I don't stand up here and say believe in me. I say believe your guides. Okay? That's the important part. So I am feeling like when I said that, there's chills going on. Is that you getting chills right here? You feeling it? Okay, yeah. So I got like drawn to the chills in the room when he came in and said he was talking. All right, so maybe I'll start to move.
Kelly's a
Pretty sure. All right. All right. I'm not done with you. Okay, I'm not done with you. I got there is an ambulance that came in earlier that I want to bring back. So there is an older male here that wants to come in. So, but I think there'll be distance there, so that means we didn't know him very well. I've been gone a long time, but he did want to pop in and say that the female was okay. Something about tell you that the female's going to be okay. So he's letting you know everything's going to be okay. There's something going on with the female around you. So it's something, I don't think it's you, I think it's somebody around you. So there's something about to let you know that he's going to be okay. Do you understand that? Okay. You want to tell us what that is? Okay. Yeah. So I got chills all over. So yeah. So he's like, let her know it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. One more. Okay. All right, one more. Let's see where I want to go. Let me see if I can just open it up. Where's Betsy? Betsy or Bet? Be named female in this area. You're Brandy? Let's see if that works for me. Nope. No, it's an older name. It's not. It's an old name. Like I say Betsy, but it doesn't feel right. But it's like an old B sounding name. So it's got to have a B in it, but it's got to be an older sounding name. And I feel like I'm over here. Is that you? Very bad. I feel bad. Who's that? You? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, she's like, yeah. She's like, yeah. It's got a margarita. So margarita is like got a margarita in her hand. Going, yeah. Having a good time. Having a good time. She's like, so she got home. She didn't give me my symbol for all this. She's like, don't worry about that. I'm having a good time. So, different way to get the same information, but how she was in. She had a better understanding. Like, she's going over like it was nothing. Now, you said that's your aunt? Important. So close to the end. So she's like, I want to talk to you. And I don't know. But if you got more, she's treating you like your daughter. But she wants you to know that. She's more like the mom, more like a mother figure. More like a mother figure. And she also tells me that she wants to come to you. You don't have to feel. This mom? Okay. So your sister?
No.
Huh? Okay. That was weird because she's like, well, she's like a mom to you, and then I go. So yeah, see, and then I made assumptions, right? Like I assumed that was her sister because that's what I was assuming, right? But I didn't get that information from them. You saw me make the assumption, right? Assumptions are bad. Sometimes are wrong, but that's why you even have to ask questions. All right. She also died quick too, so I don't think you can go. Yeah. I tried to tell it they were like, you know, you can draw now. You can draw now. And again, I also get this feeling when she's like stepping out of her body, it's like escaping from her body. So it's just, you know, when she left her body, she woo! It's like threw the body behind her and like this is what I'm seeing. This perfect. Diving out of her body like a swan dive, like just diving out all behind. Without having a good time, so that's one. Okay. So, what is the name? There's another way about it. It's a name of somebody. There's another person about to marry for that. Okay. Do you have a name, Sid? Where's the name of the community stuff? Okay. The sister show up here? I don't feel her show up. She said the sister, if the sister was passed, I would like feel her around her. That's how I would figure that out normally. But I didn't feel anybody around me, so that's why I'm still alive. So, okay. And then mom passed for you. Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to be your mom. I'm trying to bring your mom in and bring that. But you have another sibling? Okay. Again, I tried to bring mom into you and your sister, and she said, well, there's more. Again, just feel like it's surrounding us by no people. That way, you know, like mom's saying, no, there's lots. There's others. There's others. I don't know what. All I know is more than what I've already suggested. I don't know if it's 5. I don't know if I did so. I've already probably one. And she said there's at least one more. One more. So, okay. See, I don't even know what I'm saying it. Like that's the accident, right? Like that's why I say you get for people start talking, spirit uses your voice. So I even said the right amount, but I was just throwing numbers out there. I just what I thought. But that's how spirit kind of works through you. So that's kind of how it works. All right, I'm all done with you guys today. But if you guys got a reading today, or if you just would prefer, if you would just like to do a little interview with us, we really appreciate it. We do the after interviews; they're very important to this. So if you guys will find us out over by my booth, probably where the best place would be, which is down across the way. We also, I want to mention that we do development sessions over Zoom. We're from the Sacramento area. We do development sessions. I do readings over Zoom or in person in Fair Oaks in Sacramento. We are doing readings here all day tomorrow. If you'd like to come out and check it out, or if you're interested in getting a development class, those have been amazing. We also have a special event tonight. I don't know if it's sold out or not yet, but it's already sold out. All right, never mind. But watch for special events we do at the end of these, where we'll do like a circle setting, and everybody will get a short little reading, that type of thing. So those are super popular. And anything else on for you? All right, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Is there anybody that wants an after interview that's willing to do?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. We're so excited to have you guys here. This is our first time in Reno, so we are thrilled. And at SoulSearch, we are committed to supporting the awakening of humanity, the expansion of consciousness, and we do that with our online platform where you can meet amazing teachers, healers, and guides like Sarah here. And we also host our live events, our Enlightenment Expos. We do them all over California, Arizona. This is our first one in Nevada, but many more to come. And of course, we also have our SoulSearch TV. That's our conscious content streaming channel. So you can watch TV shows by our many practitioners. You just go to soulsearch.tv or go to Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, or Android TV. Tune in there. And so I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker. She is Sarah Garofalo, originally from Italy. Sarah is your guide to connecting with your true self, healing at a cellular level, and enhancing your intuition. Sarah has been trained as a holistic health practitioner, an Ayurvedic practitioner, and she is also a spiritual counselor and guide who can really tune in to your energy blockages, chakra blockages, and work with you to self-heal and also empower yourself in your lives. So we're really excited to have Sarah here. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you guys for coming. Today we're going to be talking about how to protect your energy. And there is a reason why I like to teach this is because I've learned not too many years ago that I was an empath. Do you know this terminology, empath? If you do, raise your hand. Okay, so I don't need to explain it too much, but I didn't know. I grew up in Italy, and as a typical Italian, right, loved by the family, yet very type A, right? They raised me on like get good grades and, you know, do many sports. And I was a black belt in karate by 18, and I was like at the top of my class, you know? And I had my whole life path ahead of me. And yet at 18, I was like, I started to break down, and I heard a voice of like, who are you? Like, you need to find yourself, right? Because I realized I had become who my parents wanted me to be. And my path was to become a doctor, right? So then I flee the country. No, I didn't flee, but I decided to travel the world, finding myself. And through that path, I discovered so many things about myself, especially one of them was an empath. Then I thought I was healed, and then I married a narcissist. And then that broke me completely when I was 26 years old. I have two kids. And at that time, they were under 3 years old. And then COVID hit, and I decided to leave. I was like, I'm leaving because otherwise my body was starting to develop an autoimmune disorder. And then I realized that if you have an autoimmune disorder, fibromyalgia, if you're suffering from any health issue and you are an empath, those are just symptoms that you lack either boundary or protection, okay? We're going to talk about all of it. We're going to guide you through a guided meditation at the same time. But empaths are sensitive souls who are sensitive to energies. You guys are only 20% of the population, which means that 80% of the population doesn't understand who you are, not recognize you at a corporate level, at a job level. They're not going to sit here and tell you, hey, you're sensitive. Like, how do you feel today, right? You have to be productive. We live in a society that doesn't really acknowledge that, but you have to acknowledge. And most people, what they do is, I'm so sensitive, I'm going to block my sensitivity because it comes in as a curse, right? You feel not only your emotion, you also feel everyone in the room. You feel everyone in a meeting. You feel like everyone at a family reunion, right? And then it gets overwhelming. And then what we do is the overwhelming paralysis. And then we shut down the feelings or we block it. And then what we do is we disconnect from our superpower. So a lot of the time when I see clients that are like, they were diagnosed with like ADHD, you know, they label themselves as like someone who has had attention deficit, right? Or they have an autoimmune disorder, I'm just saying that's a mismanagement of your empathic abilities. Don't label yourself. Start learning how to manage your emotions. One of the things is protection. What happens is that the empath was or has been manipulated by energy stronger than them through guilt, shame, people pleasing, and they lack boundaries, right? Because what they do since a very young age, they're like, okay, in order to be loved, I'm going to people please, and I'm going to shut down and or acknowledge or neglect, because the caregiver oftentimes neglects our feelings. And so we become the savior. And then we suffer from savior complex. We try to save everyone else and then place all of the other people's problem into our backpack. I call it as a clairvoyant. Like I see when people walk in and there's like a huge like backpack, you know, that they carry. And then what does that backpack do? It goes into the body. So when people have physical symptoms, that is the last layer that it goes through. We have a spiritual injury. So we have like the spiritual, the emotional, emotions get trapped, and then they leak into through the physical. Okay. So weight gain is just a symptom. High blood pressure is just a symptom of like deep repressed anger. Depression is, yes, people are like, oh, I'm labeled with depression. That's like you're suppressing all of those emotions. You can get out at any point in time. You just have to choose to get better. Now, the empaths, in order to get empowered, there is a whole program that I designed individually for every client, but at the same time, there are general lessons. Master your intuition, which is your superpower. Master your energy, and protect your energy. And the bonus is learning to let go. So a lot of the time, we don't know how to release. We hold on to. How many of you hold on to the pain and the resentment? You did this 10 years ago, right? Then it stays and it stays and it deposits itself. So we have to learn to let go. And emotions play a big part in this. Now, what I want to preface this here is that in the energy world, your thought creates an emotion, right? So if I think about someone or something, it creates an immediate emotion. Emotions get translated into energy. So if you follow me on social media, I talk about, if you think about someone, you're sending them energy. If you feel like someone else is right next to you because they're thinking of you and they're sending you energy, that's true. I see this all the time. I see that's my job, is to clear the cords attached to you. Because you can say, I blocked that narcissist. I blocked that boss. You didn't block them. In the energy world, there is no blocking. In the physical, there is. In the energy, they keep draining you, right? So you're probably wondering, how do we do that? How do we protect our energy? All right. So energy protection comes through supporters and directors. And after the speech, you guys can come in and take a screenshot and take a business card and stay in touch, because you have to learn this, or it will ruin your life. So the supporters, everyone you hear from spiritual healers out there, which is, I'm a spiritual healer, but I go over here. You know, I focus on the directors, but I'm saying prayers, energy bubble, mirror, spiritual tools, white sage, Palo Santo, water and nature. I'm going to go through that. How many people, you know, you see them here too, like we sage ourselves, right? We cleanse ourselves. We use selenite. Placing a bubble of protection. How many of you know that? Great, that works. Crystals. I have a crystal. I have crystals on. Those are supporters. That means they don't do the job. The real job is the inner work. Those are what we call, yes, protection immediately. But what happens is your boundaries matter more than anything else. Then the high vibe technique, which we'll do, and then the wound center. Okay, so boundaries. A lot of people lack boundaries. A lot of empaths. Why? Because they think they're not a good person if you set boundaries with your mom, your daughter, your father, whatever, your lover. Deep down, I'm not good enough. Deep down, I'm a bad daughter. I'm a bad person, right? So because there was guilt implanted at a very young age. Boundaries, sometimes most people feel it's really hard because people walk away. When you stop pleasing people, certain people will walk away. And then you don't feel lovable. And then it starts triggering the I'm being rejected and I'm not lovable. So then we've got to work through the wound center, which I'm going to get in a second. But boundaries can come into the physical, emotional, and energetic. Do you know physical boundaries? Blocking someone, right? You can't come to my door. You can't come into my office. Stay away, right? That's a physical boundary. Emotional. What's emotional boundary? Is when you get to decide, when you say, a lot of time people say, he made me feel that way. He makes me feel stupid. She makes me feel stupid. No. Nobody makes you feel anything unless you want to feel that way. If they make you feel, it means that you accepted their truth as your own. That's a pattern. It's not their truth. It's not your truth. It's their truth. So you have to discern the projection that someone else has upon you that is different than your own truth. That's the emotional boundary. And say, okay, everyone will think about me in a certain way. When you guys walk out today, you will have an opinion about me. You will have an opinion about the person who sits next to you. Then do you get to take it home with you? That's your own decision. Okay? It's much harder to do when with someone who is being a lover, a family member, mom, dad, daughter, brother. Okay? People who we are born with, like in the family system, or we married, those are much harder lessons to overcome, not impossible. So I want you, if there is one thing that I want you to get out of today's lesson workshop, is I can heal anything. I can overcome anything. A lot of people get stuck in my suffering, in your suffering, and that becomes their identity. And empaths create their identity through the suffering oftentimes. So you have to break through that and realize you can be someone else without that illness. You can be someone else without that heartbreak. Or I see a lot of the time physical, sexual, emotional abuse. I deal with this all the time as a spiritual healer. But at the same time, we also have to let it go. There is a point in time where we're like, okay, can we forgive ourselves that in that time, we didn't make the safest choice. We didn't know. We trusted, right? And then energetic boundaries is what people don't understand. And I get it. I didn't understand it either because it's much harder to deal with energies when we're overwhelmed with the emotions, right? So what I tell people is, if you want to learn to be powerful as an empath, you have to learn to set time aside every day to be in your own energy, okay? Every morning, and try to get out of the excuses of like, I need to get up at 7, I need to feed my kids, I have kids, and I still do it, right? You have to come out of those excuses and self-sabotaging thoughts and realize I'm committing to my own energy, to be with myself for 10 minutes so I can feel myself. I can feel how I feel. Then when I walk into that meeting or I meet that friend, I already know if that anger is not mine. I already know if that pain is not mine. Or especially people that are like, I keep going on dates and I keep attracting narcissists. And I'm like, I get it. So we're going to talk about the wound center, how to break patterns. But most importantly is, can you realize, can you feel? So your intuition is going to speak through the body as for an empath, unless you have other gifts. I'm clairvoyant as by nature, since I was a little girl. So I see energies. I didn't listen to that. So there is also that part. You don't trust yourself. But your intuition is going to speak through the body. That means that you have to clear your energy every morning. And then when you meet that person, when you hang out with that friend, you understand also how they feel. you also understand that that's not yours. Because then we go home, and empaths are like, I'm so mad. I'm like, I have all these things, and you start getting depressed, and it's not even yours. I hear this all the time. I'm like, okay, let's cleanse it. Cleansing can come through the supporters. Water, so making sure that you take a shower every night, every morning, every night, go into the ocean, go into the lake, nature. So what I did for a whole year, because I couldn't get out and I didn't have any money to pay a spiritual healer until I realized I could move energy. I went into nature. I took a hike, not a long one, 5 minutes. I found my place. I sat down and I let nature cleanse me. And it worked so well that I was like, this is so much free energy. It's like plugging in into energy force. So I would get the energy that I needed to work through my day and to be a mom and to be present. Spiritual tools, Palo Santo. I sage my house every day, so make sure that you do that. If you're in an office, grab a spray. Mirror technique. Do you know mirror technique? So oftentimes when we are connected to what we call dark energies or narcissistic energies or energy vampires, and energy vampires can be a narcissist, or it can be like someone who has never gotten out of their trauma and they play the victim all the time. And that doesn't mean they are narcissists, which means they're evil, they're hollow. That just means they just play so much of a victim that they keep complaining, right? Do you know those people? And you're like, you get exhausted and you're like, okay, we just keep going in circles. They keep complaining and I get drained, right? The first thing you're going to say is, I walked out of that visit, I was so completely drained. That's a sign of an energy vampire. Again, energy vampires are not totally evil, okay? And then prayers of protection. When you just say like, oh, please protect my daughter, protect my dad, right? You're sending them energy. You're sending them protection. Don't ever underestimate the power of words. Mirror technique I was sharing. So those people that are darker in the energy form. So what you can do is through the visualization of meditation, you can do it in an instant at the same time. So I want you to close your eyes and think about, so actually, let's connect first. Both feet planted on the ground so the energy can run freely. And then close your eyes and take 3 deep breaths in. And with each exhale, let go of the to-do list, the shopping list, anything that is in your head right now, and just be present. And then at the top, open up your crown chakra and visualize a bubble of golden light entering through you, traveling through you, through the spine, and then exiting the sacrum and anchoring you down. Imagine like an anchor that is going down, and it's so heavy that pulls you down into earth. Good. Once you're grounded, I want you to think about that person that drains your energy. And that is kind of like more narcissistic. So I want you guys to really pinpoint that person. And keep him or her at a distance. And then what I want you to visualize is a mirror. Not facing you, facing them. So you're like seeing the back of the mirror. The mirror is right in front of you, in between you two. So when they face you and they start projecting or attacking you, it gets mirrored back to them. And I want you to visualize it for 5 more seconds to really visualize them talking and everything gets bounced back. Them talking and everything gets bounced back to them. So you force them to look at themselves. And then when you're ready, come on back. Okay, good. Use this technique every time. You might need to replace it more than once and remember. So sometimes I do these things when just as an instant. I don't need to sit here and close my eyes to place a mirror. You know, I meet people all the time. I'm speaking all the time, right? Sometimes I was doing a book launch and then like this lady that was kind of like a competition, but she, you know, she came over and she like pretended, you know, those people that pretend to be your friends. And then I was like, well, I just placed the mirror, but I was still talking to that person. You don't need to tell them, hey, wait a second, I'm placing a mirror. You don't need to do any of that. You can just sit here and just be like, I know what I'm doing in the energetic world. Okay, and then she walked away, and I was like, great, see you. That's what I did. I was like, I want you to go away from my energy. So you can do it at any point in time. Okay, all of what we're discussing today works. Okay, I didn't believe energy was that powerful until I work with energy every day. It is. All right. Any questions around that, or is it clear? We're gonna, okay. So let's work through the physical boundaries a little bit more, because I'm going to give you a quick exercise right now. So I want you to think about your so you are the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if you want to go into manifesting the next phase of your life, if you want more love, I want you to look at your circle, 5 people that you spend the most time with. I don't even have 5. I just removed them all. Okay? So what it means is that I became so selective with who I spend time with. If people ask me, do you want to meet for coffee? I'm like, sometimes I say no most of the time, unless they are an energy that doesn't affect mine. Okay? It's different than when I'm working. Different. But I want you to think about that. Do you have the 5 people you spend the most time with? Yes? All right. Then look at them. You can close your eyes if it's easier, or keep your eyes open. Do they support who you are? Or do they take from you? And I want you to count them and be like, Mary, oh, she takes from me. Joseph, oh, he's good. He doesn't affect my energy. I want you to go through them. Okay? Are they uplifting you? Either at your level, which means they don't affect your energy, or are they someone who can uplift you? Someone who is always there to cheer you on. And if you have more than 3 that are like in the lower state of like they take from me, I want you to have a reality check and ask yourself, what do I want to do when I walk out? What do I want to do? And the one thing is, don't go into stuckness. Don't be like, I can't leave. Because you can leave. You're free. You have a choice. Every single day, the universe is giving you that choice. I was the first one to leave and say, have no money. I might lose everything. And I almost did. But it didn't happen. And the universe showed me that once you're clear and you say, it is for me and for my highest best good, there is a whole life ahead of you that is bigger and brighter than what you have currently. And people that are more aligned, that will support you. Okay? So I want you to think about it. Raise your hands if you have more than 3 that take from you. This group is good. Last time we had 90% of people raising their hands. Either you're lying, or you're good. You're not lying. Got it. Okay. All right. So, okay, we talked about the emotions every day. What emotions are mine? What are theirs? Take the time to stay in your energy and tell family members, hey, I need my time. Because the more I get my time, the more I'm supporting you. And that's the mom guilt, that's the sister guilt, that's the daughter guilt, right? And they're like, no, you have to please me. And you're going to be like, I need to put my oxygen max first, right? I need to be in my energy and solid. If not, I can't help you. If not, I'm running from an empty cup. And then I'm doing damage to me. And that means that you are self-abandoning yourself every single time you do that. That's a reality check I had to be really clear on with myself, right? Okay, so the high vibe technique, which is the easier to explain, the harder to get because it requires training. So we're going to do a quick meditation, but I wanted to explain it. Do you see my beautiful drawing? Which is you're starting here, which is like, okay, let's just say you meditating, you're like at a plus, you have all these pluses around you, positive energy, you're blessed out, right? Walking out of your meditation, your morning walk, like I'm good. Then you start going into the supermarket, the meeting, talking to your parents, talking to, you know, your friends. And then all of this, the negative are people that have, you know, they come at you, they talk to you, they take from you, they want your empathy. Okay? Then you have a choice here. Protection comes from I lower my energy and I embody, I take on, I absorb, and I cling on to what they feel, what they just told me. So let's just say that a friend calls you and then they're like, oh my God, my dog died. And they're sobbing at the phone, right? They're like panicking. You get to decide, do I go into feeling what they're feeling? So you pretty much go down and then you start crying for a week like they are, okay? And you're like processing their feelings. You're like, why am I crying? It wasn't even my dog, right? Or you get to be up here and and that requires selfishness a little bit. That requires you to embody a little bit of the medicine of the narcissist. I know you don't like this, but narcissists came into your life to teach you a little bit of their medicine, which is become a little bit more selfish. You're always going to act from the higher good because you're an empath. So you love people. You're not hollow. You're source energy. But you just need to understand you can't sink with them. You have to keep your boat stable, right? So the way to do that is, so again, most people use the supporters, right? And the most powerful technique is the high vibe. So I need to keep my high vibration despite what's happening around me. So how do you do that? We're going to go into meditation and let you feel it. Because when you walk out, you're going to have muscle memory. All right. So close your eyes. Get grounded. You guys are grounded, but I want you to still feel if you're connected. Open your crown chakra and golden bubble of light coming through you, anchoring down into the earth. And then what we're going to do, we're going to place a bubble of protection all around you. Okay, so imagine this bubble of either golden light, white light, rainbow, red, blue. It doesn't really matter as long as it's your bubble. And then I want you to think about a memory. So call in a memory where you're laughing so hard and you're having so much fun. It could be a childhood memory. It could be a yesterday memory. Think about how good you feel when you're in this memory, right? Or how loved you feel. Think about it. It's like you feel free, you feel at peace, you feel so high vibe. And all of these problems go away. And then as you are in this blissful state, I want you to think about that friend or that person that comes in with that energy and either triggers the hell out of you or is always negative or has something to complain, and really visualize them at a 6 feet distance. Okay, so keep your bubble and imagine them in their own bubble, whatever color you see. Now they're going to tell you hey, this is happening to me. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Really visualize them talking to you. And I want you to imagine, again, mirror technique or bubble, which means that everything that comes in, it goes into the universe, not even back to them. It bounces back. Okay. And it can go up, down, but not in you. And you can hold them compassionately. Or if they try to trigger you with anger, then you look at them and you're like, it's all good. At the end of the day, the salsa you bought doesn't freaking matter that you're talking about. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I want you to stay in that positive vibration with a lower vibration in front of you and raise your hand when you can do that. When you can decide not to get affected. That requires training. Into the energetic world and into the physical. And then when you are ready, take one last deep breath in. And come on back into the room, knowing one thing, that love is the most powerful energy that can banish all of the other ones. So energies, emotions are neither bad or good, okay? But if you want to get away from something that is lower energy, anger, sadness, grief, you need to be at a higher state. So you need to find the reason through which you can forgive them or forgive yourself. And most people are like, okay, I forgave them. And then I'm like, there's all this anger here. You can't spiritual bypass. Sometimes you have to feel those emotions. You have to go through the anger and be like, I'm fucking angry. And I tell people, scream at a pillow. It's fine. You're not going to die. People are like, I'm going to die if I let myself feel it. I'm like, you're not. I promise you. You're going to be alive. But I want you to think about a bucket of energy. Right now, you're in the bucket of muddy water. What you're going to do is, okay, I'm going to empty the bucket. I guide this we have a 3-month program, and I'm like, did you cry this morning? Did you cry this morning? Did you write it down? Did you punch a pillow? That's in the protocol. And if they say no, and I'm like, go and do it. You have to empty the bucket before you go to the higher state. Then when you process those emotions, you can get to a place of like, you know what? There's nothing else I can process. I guess I just need to feel okay. Like you're going to feel neutral. And then you're going to start going into the forgiveness. Okay? Even if someone has hurt you so bad. Even if when someone hurts you so bad, you can still find that place. Sometimes you forgive yourself. And that's literally when you're free. Spiritual freedom is you forgive yourself. Okay. And then I wanted to explain the wound center, because the wound center is the place through which we attract. So I help people break patterns. A pattern is I keep attracting highly critical people. I keep attracting the narcissist. And at first it was my mother, then it became my lover, my ex, and then it moved into my boss, and then it moved into my neighbor. And I'm like, that's a pattern, right? You can't escape lessons. You cannot. I speak from someone who decided to leave Italy because I realized there was a narcissist, and I was like, it wasn't even like my mom, it was like my neighbor. But then I was like, okay, I'm leaving. See you, bye. I recreated the same thing in America. I was like, okay, you have to go through them. So I want you to look at your life right now. Who is triggering you? Who's triggering you? Who keeps coming in and showing you what you need to change? And if you're like, I'm attracting this person in my life, what are they mirroring back to you? That's the wound center. So point of attraction, pattern. Okay, I'm afraid of abandonment. So I keep attracting partners that they just abandon me at some point, right? I'm not good enough. So you keep attracting people that criticize you, that ask you to be more, that tell you that you're not good enough in a passive aggressive way or in a very direct way. Codependent relationships. What do they tell you? Okay, that you are not self-sufficient yourself, so you're looking for that other person. It's not about them, it's about you right now. Fear of rejection. So then you attract people that reject you all the time, huh? So I was so afraid of rejection that at the beginning of my journey, so I left my ex, narcissist, and then I was so frozen in fear. I mean, I had PTSD, right? So like you all know what that feels like. I was a totally different person. And then I went through this healing journey, right? To understand how to reprogram the brain, how to close the wound center. And then I had to get out of the comfort zone. One of my coaches at that time was like, you need to go out into the world and ask 10 people uncomfortable questions. It's like, if you don't do it, you pay me $1,000. And I knew he wasn't joking. So I was like, what do I have to lose at this point? So I just went, Brandon would be like, can you give me $100? And that person was like, are you crazy? And he's like, that coach was like, you need to learn to receive no and realize you're not going to die. And I was like, great. So I did that. It was so uncomfortable. I was like, do you want to go out to dinner with me? And they're like, random people, right? And then I realized that kind of got me out of that brain freeze. I'm not saying you have to do it, but I would suggest that's medicine, right? And then I realized that I was okay being rejected. That the people that are meant to be in your life will come to you. And you have to flip the story, right? You have to be willing to lose someone so that better people can come into your life. You have to be that person. So that when you heal that, and that's through the subconscious. Do you know much about subconscious? Raise your hand. Okay, so what I teach is, which I didn't know, because people think that you're making conscious decision, right? I'm making the conscious decision to not attract narcissists. Your subconscious runs everything. That's 95% of your brain. Okay? That's why we have patterns. So we have to take them out and reprogram them and really deal with that stored emotion that is trapped in the body. That's why talk therapy. How many of you have been in therapy? My clients are therapists, and also I have best friends that are therapists. And I also use therapy. That's great. But what does it do, therapy? What most people say, okay, I've acknowledged it. I am hitting a wall after 10 years, and I can't heal it. Because you talk about the story when you actually have to feel it. Okay? If you don't want to go to a spiritual healer, don't do it. I'm telling you right now, go home and cry. Go home and feel it. That's the fastest way to remove those blocks and shift the point of attraction. At some point, when you start shifting, you're going to be like shifting to a point of like, I'm good enough. And sometimes you have to write a journal every day. So that's another technique I give, is write a bragging journal. What do you love about yourself? Tell me one thing that you love. And people are like, I don't know. I'm like, do you like your hair? And they're like, yeah, okay, I can start with my hair. Okay. I had body dysmorphia, by the way. That's my book. I don't have it over here. That's in my book. I wrote a cookbook because 5 years ago, I started with like teaching people how to heal their physical body and lose weight holistically, right? It was spiritual healing at the end of the day. But I want you to know that even if I look like this, when I had body dysmorphia, I looked in the mirror and didn't feel good enough. It doesn't matter what size, shape you are. Everyone has that. So I want you to look, and I started with self-love. What do I really feel about myself? What do you feel about yourself that it's okay? Just stay in the okay zone. Do you think that you are good at, I tell people, are you good at math? Are you good at languages? So tell me what you're good at. And then you start there. Okay? And then you work with yourself. You don't compare it to an actress. Like, I want to be like that. I'm like, just work with you, okay? Let's work with you. All right. Any questions around that? If not, I really want to help you with have 10 minutes. So you feel the subconscious reprogram. Okay, so I want to give you a taste of that technique to help you. So I want you to close your eyes for the next 10 minutes. And let's help you shift. All right. You're all grounded? Yes. Feel it. So start scanning your body from the top of your head down towards your shoulders, down towards your chest, your belly, your hips, and down towards your feet. And what calls your attention the most in the body? Just like that. Don't overthink it. Could be my arm, my foot, my stomach, my hair. If you find it, let me know by raising your hand. What calls your attention the most? The first thing that comes. Don't overthink it. It's not about overthinking. Okay. Then I want you to get closer to that sensation. And I want you to ask your imagination to tell you, is it give me an image or shape. Ask your body. Ask your imagination. Is it a rectangle? Is it amorphous? Is it yellow? Is it red? Is it black? Is it heavy? Is it a ball? Okay, once you find it, don't overthink it. We want to call in a spirit guide, whoever shows up right next to you. So that could be a wise ancestor, a pet, family member, archangel, deity of your faith. And then I want you to imagine yourself to go into that place, into that ball, into that amorphous energy. And a number pops up. What number do you see? Don't overthink it. If you see two numbers that are greater than your age, pick one. And then a memory of you being that age shows up. Just like that. Don't overthink it. Great. Once you find that memory, remember you're safe. Nobody can hurt you. Could be a good memory too. And then in that memory, someone you need to speak to shows up. Maybe he's right there with you. Maybe it's mom. Maybe is someone else. And then I want you to, in your own words, in your mind, tell them what you believe, what you want to say that you've never been able to say. I want you to know that you're safe to say it, even if you just want to push them away and say, I don't want you anymore. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Feel free to, this is your time. Empty that bucket. Say whatever you need to say. And it could be good, it could be emotional. It could be simply, I need to let you go. Or it could be, I love you. Whatever that needs to happen, trust. And once you've done that, I want you to imagine a stream of colored energy going from your body to their body. And everything you said is just getting transmuted into energy, into their body. So they're receiving everything. I just want you to understand your brain doesn't realize what's happening now into versus reality. So you're recreating a memory right now. This conversation has been happening, and you can either let them speak and say what they want to say, what their higher version wants to say to you, or not. Or you can just say, hey, I want you to go right now. And if it feels right that maybe this connection needs to be over or needs to be less or needs to be less draining, I want you to do something for me. I want you to feel where the cord is attaching you to them. And I want you to cut it. That doesn't mean you're blocking them. Some people are afraid of that. That just means you're stopping the drainage. So you cut it, you call in Archangel Michael, you can grab golden scissor, you can pull it out, and then release it into the universe. And then I want you to say in your own mind side, I call back my power from all people and places and situations that have been taken it without my consent. Now. And give back my power that is not mine to carry. So be it, and so it is. And then when you're ready, come on back into the room and open your eyes. How did that feel? Good? This is just a taste of subconscious reprogramming. Obviously, those are like an hour-long sessions. And by the way, people are like, can you teach me? The purpose of subconscious reprogramming is you can't teach it because you can't access it to conscious brain, okay? But it's a technique that you can adopt and do the first layer to close the wound center. So oftentimes, if you want to protect your energy and close it because you want to get that person out of your life, it's triggering you neglect, it's triggering you not good enough, I want you to do this. Where do I feel it in my body? How does it look like? Close your eyes. And then I want you to go in it, and you don't need to find a memory. I just want you to go in it. What's being trapped there? What is it? What emotion? And if it's anger, feel it. Just allow yourself to be angry and just cuss out loud. Okay? If it's fear, call in an archangel, angel, and then you then realize that you're more powerful than these people. That they can't do anything to you anymore. Okay? So visualization, feel it in the body, find the emotion and release the trapped emotion. That's how you're going to protect yourself throughout the rest of your life. And then there are layers, and don't ever be afraid to go through the layers. Right? Started here with Love Holistic Living. We're almost out of time. We have business cards here. We work primarily online, or we do retreats. Okay, so I'm like right at the entrance with my booth if you want to talk. And thank you so much for being here.
No.
everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we're so excited to be here with our first event in Reno. And at SoulSearch, we are here to support the expansion of consciousness, the awakening of humanity, and we do that with our online platform where you can connect to amazing teachers like Lori here. And also we have our Enlightenment Expos. We do these all over California, Arizona, and of course now in Nevada. And we also have our SoulSearch TV where you can watch conscious TV shows and content from our practitioners. And you can just go to soulsearch.tv for that. And I'm really excited to be introducing our next speaker, Lori Ross. She is a channel and spiritual counselor and a coach, and she serves the global population to create healing. Her work centers on the stories and patterns which hold us back by helping to rewrite the body and shift energy to access the individual healing needed. In large groups, workshops, or in one-on-one sessions, Lori holds supportive space. From this place of awareness, the stories held inside the body emerge, providing access to recognize the energy from ancestral lineage, DNA, and cellular memory. So we're really happy to have Lori here speaking to us about these important topics of how we can really heal from the ancestral level. And she also has a beautiful booth out there, if you guys have seen, where she's doing sessions there. And including sound and voice, so they're really amazing. And thank you so much for being here, Lori. Welcome.
Hello. Hello and welcome. And if you all want to, you're welcome to come more forward if you want. But I'm just so happy to see you all today. Some of you I've already met, which is really lovely, and thank you for joining me. So what I do is I am a channel. I channel ancient languages. I channel sound and song, this beautiful healing that comes through and whatever information that follows it. I work with ancestral lineage, and I also work with the day-to-day. I work with houses and businesses and land, anything that can carry our energy and carry the energy of our ancestors, because we are all carrying the energy of our ancestors in our as we discussed today earlier, in our bones. We have the energy of our ancestors in our bones. It's in our DNA, it's in our blood, it's in our voice. So one of the things that's really important is to be able to access our own truth. And the more that we can access our own truth and our own voice, the more grounded in our lives we are, the more aligned we feel, the more connected with our own self, our intuition, the people around us, because we're carrying this idea of our own individual connection, which connects us to the collective, to everyone on the planet, including the planet, the universe, whatever the energy is. So how I do this is a little bit different and a little bit fun. I love it. It's my joy. It is a huge joy. So I want to talk about 3 things and then maybe share a little story. And we're also going to do healing while we're all together. Yay! Because it's really important to feel that connection, to feel the grounding, to feel your personal space so that you can tap into what is your voice and what voice belongs to someone else. And I will take questions at some point. But I want to start with 3 things that come to me. The first is alignment of breath, right? When we have our breath, when we are aware of our breath, of breathing, we have a presence in our body. We're able to be present to the moment, to be present to our lives, even if it's just one breath. If we take one conscious breath an hour, then we're like, woohoo, we can feel our bodies in that one breath. And if we can feel our bodies in that one breath, then we are connected to presence. I call it presence or source. We have so many names for what that huge energy is that is in all of us. I am taking a quick moment to do one quick thing, which is remind myself when I have to stop. Okay, taking a breath. So it's the first thing is like alignment to breath. The second is alignment to intuition. I'm going to come back to it. And the third is alignment to voice. So those three things, if we carry those things in our bodies, we carry our breath, our intuition, and our voice, we're able to step into determining what story belongs to our ancestors, which is over here, and of course all around us, and what story that we are speaking belongs to us. So my story is that I was born a certain way. I was born, a little different from the rest of my family. I talked to people that they didn't see, and I always had deja vu where I knew things were happening all the time, but nobody in my family understood that. They just thought I was telling stories, and that was my story. My true story is that I repeatedly saw things. I repeatedly had experiences that I had had before. And I also saw things that nobody else saw, and I heard things that nobody else heard. And how many of you here have had that experience? Yes, I figured there's a lot of hands for that, because you wouldn't be here if it wasn't, right? Mm-hmm. This is a very exciting expo. Such beautiful energy here with everyone. I'm just so excited to be here. And so my story was that I felt things differently. I had my own invisible friends. Visible friends rock. And I had lots of tea parties with them, and I remember this, and they were very supportive. I don't really know. I just knew that I felt their love when I was growing up. And then as I grew older, things shifted and changed, and I tried to suppress all of those fabulous things that we try to suppress when we're young and we don't think are accepted. So we go, okay, it's over here. It's not who I am. It's just this thing. But this thing kept getting louder and louder and louder to the point where it scared me. Anybody ever been scared by their intuition? It's really powerful stuff, right? That intuition and that connection. And so it's easy to go, okay, I'm just going to walk over here. And you can just do that intuition thing over there, right? Because over here wasn't feeling safe. Because the people around me didn't understand it, so I didn't have that context and that soft, cushiony cloud to fall into. And so as I got older, it evolved even more until I had to reach that point where one day I was having an amazing moment I'm just going to go with this memory, because just one thing you should all know about me is I channel everything. So whatever's coming out today is just going to come out in whatever way and form. And one of my memories that is really big is being on a mountaintop in France. I was in Chamonix a long time ago, and it was pouring rain. I mean, like pouring rain. And I was having a moment where I didn't understand all the intuition, and I didn't understand who I was, and I was trying to connect to determine what my story was. And I was crying like the rain, and I remember kneeling down and next to a beautiful tree. I don't remember what kind of tree. I just remember kneeling down and being soaking wet. Because rain is cleansing. It's a blessing. It's a beautiful experience. And I just sat there and I cried and I took some breaths. And the next thing I noticed, the rain had stopped and I saw the sun. It was like really bright. And I'm like, how did that happen? And then when I was ready, I opened my eyes, and around me there was no rain and there was sun coming through. But further out, it was still pouring. And I had one of those big experiences that, I had read about, never thought it would happen. But to me, that was a very pivotal moment in my life where I was like, okay, I'm being told that this is actually my story. Right? It doesn't belong to anyone else, and that I get to have this experience of sunshine and rain, and in some moments the clouds opening up, and I'm like, yay, this is exciting. So it was a story that I carried with me, and I was still young. I was still, not that I'm not young now. I was still young. I was in my 20s, And I thought, well, this is pretty cool. I don't know what it means. And I'm going to fast forward to my grandma, who passed away before her 101st birthday. It was 9 days before she turned 101, which is really amazing. And she and I were very close. She was close with all of her grandchildren. And I was there when she passed. And as I sat there, I watched her in her body shifting the energy of the ancestors just by the connection of accepting who she was in that moment and accepting who I was in that moment. And it felt like we worked together in this very peaceful way for her to transition in a way that was very powerful for her and very powerful for me, because about a week after she transitioned, all these sounds started coming through my body. I was speaking in a different language that I didn't know, and sounds were coming through. And I was a much quieter person, afraid to speak. So when these things started happening, I just kind of threw my hands up and said to the universe, are you kidding me? Do I have to be this person? And it was a very big jolt. And it took me on this path that I now am still on, where I am somebody who makes a lot of noise, holds my hands over people, and I help to transform that idea of generational trauma and generational grief and whatever else we are holding. Because our ancestors don't just bring the grief and the trauma. I know that's what we all talk about. They bring the joy. They bring the stories. And in our bodies, we are holding every memory and every experience, every story from our ancestors, and every story from everyone around us that we meet. Not only that, but we're also holding the idea of the collective, right? So we've got running through us a ton of information at all times. And that's a lot to hold on to. Does that feel like a lot? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And one of the ways to kind of center around that is to breathe, and not just sitting down and having mindfulness and meditation breathing. That's lovely. And many of us can do that. And some of us are like, I don't have time. They need to be able to take a breath and not feel like I need to sit still for it. So there are other ways to do that. Breath is the center of life. It is the thing that allows us to know that we are alive and moving. Because if we are breathing, which we do unconsciously and subconsciously every day, then we're alive. And being alive is the key, right? To be alive, to be able to feel our body, to feel the people around us. And so what is really valuable and important is to align with your breath. So just for fun, go ahead, everyone, just go ahead and take a breath. It doesn't have to be the deep belly breath or the down to the earth breath, just one breath, including the cute puppy that's here. Just one breath. And now go ahead and put your hand on your belly and try a second breath. Just slowly in and slowly out. And then go for one more, a third breath. Just slowly in. Slowly out. Just feel your body. Breath allows us to feel our body and to feel that connection to living and being alive. It is that thing that keeps us going every day when we don't pay attention. It is the thing we hold when we're feeling stressed, the thing we hold when we're feeling grief. We hold our breath when we're afraid to speak. We hold our breath when we're afraid to scream. We hold our breath through so many moments of our lives that we're not actually in our lives when we're not breathing consciously and allowing it to happen. Let's go ahead and take one more just for fun. Kicks it. Just for giggles, I was going to say, just for fun and giggles, let's take a breath. And while you take that breath, I want you to feel whatever part of your body is talking to you, whether it's your belly, your heart, your hands. Let's go ahead and take another breath and feel whatever other part of your body is trying to speak to you. And speak to the person that was walking in. It's all good. So with each breath, aligning with our breath, we're able to speak our truth. Right? We have our breath, we have the presence in our body, so we're connecting to our body. And the thing that happens next is when we connect to our body, we're able to feel our intuition, right? Connect to our intuition. Because we can hear it a little bit louder each time. So for me, my body works like a pendulum. You'll notice that sometimes my hands twitch. Right now, you may notice that I am not standing still. Even if I'm having difficulty in my body, I still am not standing still because there is a movement that happens, that my body is aligning in that moment with Source. And Source is my connection with my intuition. For me, it is not separate. How many of you feel that? There is no separation, yeah. That feeling of being totally in alignment with your intuition, which is Source. It's the word that I use. There's so many different words. Source and presence are the two, I should say, that I use the most. Because this idea of presence, it's really powerful, right? Because it's presence. The energy is so present in us that we're able to be in our body, use our voice, tell our story, and connect with what is our highest thought or highest good or best decision, whether we turn left or we turn right, whether we go straight or we go in reverse. Whatever option we choose is always in that moment the option to choose. And whatever happens, it's just a whole bunch of little branches that come out from that. If we go left or right, there's always something that will show up. When we are aligned with our intuition, it can feel either light, it can feel lighter. And when we're not aligned with our intuition, it can feel heavy. Some people can feel hot or cold. They can feel warm when their intuition is speaking through them. When they're like, oh, should I go to the park today? And they're like, oh, that's really warm. I'm going to go to the park, right? So it's important to be able to feel and distinguish what that is. And also to talk to your body, right? Because our body and our intuition work in unison when they're connected. And it's harder to hear the intuition if we're not in our body. When I was learning more about who I was, I learned in that world of things that I connected with, the spiritual people that showed up in my life, people that had worked with energy or wanted to work with energy. There was this idea that we needed to be playing in the astral field and just out floating, and that if we were out floating, then we were more connected to our intuition and we were more connected to Source. So we're up here flitting around like, butterflies, which are awesome, and we're out here. But the idea is that when we're out there, we actually can't be grounded and present for the people around us. We can't be grounded and present for ourselves. So we needed to kind of come back in. And so this idea of breathing so that we can be here. Just breathing so that we can be here. And I'm going to say it one more time, breathing so that we can be here. Because being here is where we want to be. Because if we're here, then we're connected to all things. If we're here in our bodies, we have a connection to everything. So I'm going to take a breath with you. because breathing is good. So the third thing of the bell, the third thing is this idea of voice. Our voice holds all the voices that have ever been in our lives. The voices of our ancestors, the voices of our parents, our siblings, our grandparents, friends, coworkers, any family member, any person we meet on the street. There's a story because we are also with our acquaintances passing stories back and forth. And so our voices are holding all of those stories. And by holding all of those stories, it can get a little bit overwhelming on which energy is ours that belongs to our story. Does that make sense? You can also say yes or no. It's all good. I see heads nodding, so I'm really grateful for that. And so this idea is if we are connected to our voice, we're connected to our story. So we need to be grounded in our voice so that we can speak what is our story, right? I carry with me generation of I carry with me a generation is what I'm going to say. That's all that's coming through in this moment. But it is this idea of, I mostly am seeing my dad when I'm talking to all of you. My dad is not with us anymore. He passed 2 years ago. And he's still greatly missed. And he was a big presence on this planet. He was just big energy and a loving man and had a lot of difficulty. And so those stories of his life, the joy and the sadness, the joy and the frustration, especially around technology, the joy and the experience that he had kind of ended up here. So that when I spoke at some points in my life, I was feeling more like my dad than myself. Does that align with anyone? That feeling that your story, it's hard to determine, right? Whose story we are speaking from. It's all energy. And we can grow up in the most loving home and still not know whose voice that is because we carry the voices of all the people around us, right? So my story is that I am, in part, this person, this channel. The other story is that I'm a mom, an amazing teen. And I am a writer. I am a lover of all things herbs, nature, trees, and crystals. I haven't introduced you to my crystal yet, have I? I carry this. This is my Herkimer diamond crystal. Works like a vacuum. So if anybody is feeling anything that you don't really want to carry today or that you feel like you're done carrying, just go ahead and put it in here. It won't affect me. It won't go back to you. It's just here for transformation, right? So if there's something that feels like it wants to transform or change form, because that's all it is, it can go into here. There's something that feels heavy today, it can go into here. It holds an infinite amount of energy. And when I work, Source and I move it through. Specifically Source, but my hands are part of it because it moves it through. Because they're shaking all the time. So it's this idea that you can store things in here and you don't have to take them home today. I hope that feels good. Okay, so I think I'm going to switch a little bit up. And what I'm feeling like right now is be really good. I know we're going to take more breaths and I'll just be really annoying about that. But we're going to do some more breaths. And then and that hurt a puppy. And then we're going to kind of sit in and we're going to go do a little bit of healing, if that all feels good to you. So, and then after that, we're going to kind of go back into this idea of voice and story and intuition and breath and all the fun things. So go ahead and take, I'm going to do 10 breaths. Yay, we're going to go big. We're going to do 10 breaths. I'm going to take a sip of water while you're breathing. I'm going to slowly breathe my water. Nice and quiet. So go ahead and take 5 more breaths. I love puppies. It's a blessing. Gives me joy. Just feeling your body. And if you're drawn to putting your hands on your belly or your heart or anywhere that they need to be, just feel that. Just center around that place that is calling to you today. Okay. You can have your eyes open or closed, whatever works best. Now, while you are breathing, I'm just going to do a little bit of more channeling fun. Kiatate astina mako ushtate atiayana maatite ayane and akiatate o tate ayane. Going in and taking a deep breath and feeling your throat. Feeling your voice. Istitea ya po ona ma atitea ya po ona ma atitititititititia ya po ona veniane. Kiana ma ati ustate atiane etititiane atititiane nakiana mako anea atiane mako anea natia tatea natia tatea natia tatea nakiana mako o tatea nako o atatea nako ko o tate etina mati tutu ustana manea. As you are focusing on your throat, keep your breath going. Just these nice, gentle breaths where you can feel your belly rise and fall. And as you are feeling your throat, your voice, this whole area that holds so much energy and so much wisdom, take a breath into it. And allow it to speak to you. Connecting with your intuition with each breath. Istititia koane ane, nitia opatateane, nakia otatateane, nakia tate o na mahanea. Istititia koane. As you are aligning your breath with your presence, nakia tate, and aligning your breath with your intuition. Nakato ukate, istitiaya namatiane. Feeling your voice. And allowing it to share with you what you need to know in this moment. And maybe it has something to say and maybe it doesn't. But just feeling it. It's a very present part of your body. We all hold fear in our voice. We hold sorrow in our voice. We hold joy in our voice. So being with that in this moment, allowing it to come through. allowing it to come through. Ganamoa today is Titiana Makia Tadea. Releasing into the crystalline energy that's not serving you, allowing it to transform and be held by the crystal in my hand. Nakia Tushinama Tadea Yanea. Ishtititia for oh anama for oh anama for oh anama. There's anything you want to put down today. Nakia today, na oh anama hane etitia. Ishtitia for onema atatea. Cease with your voice. It's important to also feel back of your neck. You're very connected. Beautiful chakra holds so much energy. And in our world, there's so much energy around us. And it can affect how we speak, whether it is not speaking and staying hidden behind our quiet voice, whether it is speaking very loudly and wishing we hadn't, whether it is wishing we were singing, knowing that sometimes it is really, really healthy to scream it out in a car by ourselves, in a room, below, whatever works. Our voice holds so much because it holds our stories. And holding our stories is just this area, just this part of us. And we need to be able to speak our story in whatever form. Whether our story is spoken through words, whether our story is spoken through our hands, whether our story is spoken through music. It needs to be born, it needs to come out and not be hidden behind us. As a woman, I have often held back in speaking my story, in speaking my words with fear. And as a woman, I have learned that it is vital for me to speak and to say what is most important to me. That journey of finding my voice before the sound started coming out. So go ahead and breathe. Keep breathing. And I want you to follow all the way down into your belly. Just have a hand on the belly. Good. Belly has so many stories. We're going to reconnect your belly to your throat. Your belly to your throat. We're just going to ask for those two things to reconnect today so they can bring you closer to your intuition and closer to settling in with your breath. Just reconnecting those two things. Nakia Oshtatatiane. Nakia Tate Atiako Oshtanama Anadikatati Okanama Atatea. Nakia Tate Estinamekio Tateayana Mahane Tiatiako Oshtate Atiane. Nakiana Mako Estate Akiatate Atiamo One Natiana Mako One Natiane Nakoona Makiatate Etiaknama Atia Okotate and the Mahane Tianea. Kiana Maatia Ashtate Achuona Maanea Astiatate Kia Ona Mahatate Etiakana Mahanea Nekiaya Namako O and Mahanea. Taking 5 more breaths, just feeling each part of your body. Just feeling that presence. Whatever comes up. And when you're feeling ready, those of you close your eyes and go starting. Some of you might feel more thirsty after this, so please drink. You have water now. If you need to get up and go around that way, there's water. Yay! Just go ahead and drink, because when we're doing things like this, the body is requesting more water so that it can help us feel grounded, so that when we get up, we're feeling connected. I often hear that people feel really lightheaded after a full session. And when they go to stand up, I make them sit for a while and hand water. And I'm glad we have it. So let me try those words again. Since we have water, you're able to have as much as you need today. And it will allow your body to feel the settling in, because not only the energy in here, but all that energy out there. It is a beautiful, beautiful event with a lot of energy, with amazing, amazing people that are bringing this very profound energy today. And it feels really good. It is a lot, and it's important to be hydrated, completely hydrated. So, yay. That being said, thank you all for getting water if you are. So I feel like there's something else I need to say, and then I was going to ask a question. How are you all feeling after that? Good? Okay. Was it a little heavy for anyone, or did it feel okay? What really wants to come through now, because I know that we are all on different journeys, right? Some of you have been connected to your intuition for a long time. Some other people maybe not. The word's fear. So when I speak, it is flowing through so that I'm grabbing whatever words I can hear. When the language comes out, a lot of people ask me if I know what it is. There are a lot of different languages. I'm told a lot of different ancestral languages that come through me. So first, let me know that. Naming them doesn't really work, and I can translate not word for word, but the energy of it. So there was a moment there when it was coming out, and there was a very deep resonance that came through, and there's this really deep voice that comes out when Source is really serious about something. Like, we're not going to do that again, whatever that means. That idea of this energy coming through that's really, really big and protective, or really big, and it may not be bringing protective energy, but it is bringing an energy that is doing a clearing in a different way. So it can sound really deep and resonant. It will only happen one time. Sometimes it can be a little startling. And so this idea, for me personally, since I'm here sharing this story with you, is that when those sounds started coming through, I was terrified because I thought, well, interesting. I was terrified to speak it, right? As I was saying, as a woman, holding my voice back has been my journey until it wasn't. And it's important to be who we are, right? And so that idea of the things that scare us are sometimes the things we need to move towards instead of away from. The channeling for me was a big one. I had a friend tell me 30 years ago, I think, that I was going to channel, and I said, no. No. There wasn't even a point of conversation after that, because I thought, no, it's not who I am. Turns out it was really who I am. And I had been doing it all of this time, but in different ways, like we all do. We are all able to channel energy, right? I do it in a conscious channel and also at times a trance channel, which means I definitely don't always remember the conversation. I kind of step out. And so those two things are my truth and my story. And it birthed a lot of experiences from there. And I had to work through this scared of it story. So where I'm now standing in front of you and also apparently live on TV, sharing my story and not hiding this part of who I am, because it's a big part. It's not even a big part. It just is who I am. And so the wish is that we all are able to learn what our story is, not the story of our mother or our father or our grandparents, but to learn our story in its truth. And that doesn't mean not learn their stories. It just means learn the difference between what is our story and what is somebody else's, so that we can stand in our own body, in our own grounding, and say, this is who I am. This is my connection to source. It starts with my breath. It starts with my alignment and acknowledgement of who I am. And it's my job to be this person out in the world. And now I just have to say, does anybody have any questions? And I do need to check the time because I have a feeling we might get cut off. But does anyone have a question? You don't have to. Could be all really overwhelming with me up here. So, no questions? Yes.
What I heard you say is that it's about finding the boundary when you are and everybody else in your life is, right? In the sense that, your ancestors, right?
Mm-hmm. The boundary between you and your ancestors?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's kind of like a duality problem, right? Because we inherited, we are given, because somebody gave to them, right?
Right.
So, like, how do you honor both aspects of that?
That's a really awesome question. So how do we honor both aspects of knowing that we've been given these stories from our ancestors, and we also need to separate ourselves from some of those stories because they don't feel like our own story, right?
And then the aspect of it that you had mentioned, and I'm not sure if it's implied, is that we should live our own stories, right? What kind of transpired out of those 2 prime points.
Yes. And the idea is to live our own story. So first we have to figure out what that is, right? So in my family, there's a line of salespeople. I come from the history of sales and women, salesmen and women. And so I had to go, oh, that's their story. This is mine, right? Also in my lineage, I lost a lot of family during the Holocaust. So I have Jewish ancestry, and that is part of my story. And that story is without my having lived it in my body, right? And it is, I have certain reactions to things or experiences, feelings inside my body that I can't connect to this lifetime, or my lifetime, my life. But I know that it was an experience that somebody else must have had in that time, that I now have a similar experience or similar knowledge of it within my body, right? So, and we also get the positives. We get the really beautiful things. My dad must be really here today. He is, and I know it. So he's telling me, tell them. So my dad after he was a salesperson for most of his life, he was a comedian. He was so excited. Before he passed, right around the beginning or middle of COVID, he got on America's Got Talent. That was his claim to fame. He was hysterical. It was amazing. And then we had COVID. So then that kind of ended. But this joy that came out of him when he was doing comedy, and he did comedy until he was 84. Sorry, 82. Would have been 84 this year. So he did comedy. He did that when he was 80. I mean, it's amazing. So so there's the mixture of the positive and the heavy in my family and my lineage. So for me, the healing that comes through me is the thing that helps to transform that energy. That's my experience. And I think that what we need to do in order to be able to determine which story is ours and which story is, in my case, my dad's story, is to sit with it, to feel our breath, and to know when we're connecting with our intuition, to ask. We can always ask. Our bodies, our energy have the ability to ask and get answers. I didn't go over that, but I know most of you probably know this whole idea of asking, right? Mm-hmm. So that if we ask a question, we get an answer. Whether it is an actual answer or it feels like an answer, we can hear that story and know whether or not it is ours. So one of the ways to determine it, which I said earlier, was this: something might feel heavy or light, right? We're going to turn left. Does left feel heavy today? Or does left feel light today? Does it feel warm in my body? Does it give me that warm feeling of joy? So I can determine which one is the one that I'm needing to, the direction I'm needing to go. Don't know if that's close to answering your question, but this idea is that we need to be able to determine which our story is, and the best way to determine that is to be in our bodies and to find whatever it is, whether we're walking or running. And as long as we're breathing while we're doing those things, then we can hear better and feel better what is our truth. Does that resonate okay? Okay. If not, we can definitely talk about it when we leave here. Because my timer went off, which means I have to end, but I'm happy to answer more questions if you want to meet me over in my booth. It's the one with the little tables and the flower and the big massage table. So I think that we are good. So Cindy, and I'm just happy to have met you all today in this way. And some of you I've actually met today, and it's been a joy. And some of you I've known before. So it's just been an honor to talk with you all today. And I hope that this was supportive and lovely. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a question that we all might be going to read.
Yes.
Can we look up your dad?
Yes, you can. His name is Marty Ross, Marty, and my last name Ross. And you can absolutely look him up. It was a really funny thing. So yeah, he did amazing.
Thank you so much.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for sitting there.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. Thank you for joining us this weekend. We hope you stay with us. We've had a great day so far. It's our first time here in Reno and in Nevada. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch. And at SoulSearch, we are committed to the expansion of consciousness, to the upliftment of humanity. And we do that. We have an online platform with connections to all of our teachers, healers, guides that you see here, and many, many more. We do these live events, our Enlightenment Expos, all over California, Arizona, and now we're here in Nevada for the first time. And we have our SoulSearch TV, where you can watch conscious content and TV shows from our practitioners. It's totally free. All you have to do is go to soulsearch.tv online, or you can look up SoulSearch TV on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV, and get to watch shows by our different practitioners. And so I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Charlie Lamson. He is an advanced intuitive and psychic, angel and ascended master channel, Holy Spirit energy healer, and he works with intuitive, emotional, and physical healing, chakra alignment tuning, soul activations, and sacred fire transmutations. He is here to support you in your spiritual journey, to help you remember who you truly are. And he works on resurrection and self-mastery coaching through the power of the sacred flames. He works with you to transmute limiting energies into ascension frequencies for your expansion and spiritual transformation. And through very painful and mystical experiences during his lifetime, he has remembered and remastered the ancient sacred fire alchemy of old. And now he uses this alchemy along with the help from the angelics and the ascended host to transform his life and support others in transformation of their life. So thank you all. Welcome. And Charlie's also my husband. So he supports me in putting these events together, and I really appreciate everything he does. And I thank you all for being here. Thank you, Charlie.
All right, so she gave me a pretty good, pretty thorough introduction. So what I do use is, to make it simple, it was brought to me to begin commanding in the name of the I am that I am. I went through many trials and tribulations in my life, through addictions, prisons, and disabilities with my spine. And it came to me one time to stop. I mean, I've always believed in a higher power. I believed in this kind of thing. But it was in the moment that the masters started coming through to me and telling me to wield my scepter and stop asking for help, but like direct us, as if it was to like know that you're speaking as the presence. And then when this began, I noticed a shift in my consciousness that, okay, I understand now. And then certain things were being drawn to me. A lot of people are familiar with the sacred fire as like the violet flame or things like this, or the threefold flame. People have heard these things before, but there are many, and they're all different frequencies. They all have different attributes, just like different crystals have different attributes. They almost reflect the fire. And so using these practices daily and most time hourly, I'm invoking these flames, and that's become the mental process in my mind. The background noise in my brain is like always invoking, like my subconscious is invoking flames for no matter what I'm doing, whether I'm going to the bank or looking for parking places. You know, there's always this other energy that's creating around me. And I began understanding that these frequencies, these flames begin changing the frequency of our body, and learning how to purify our subconscious and our astral body, our emotional body, allows us to really have a fast-acting effect on our reality. We all have extremely powerful and developed minds. Our mental power is extremely powerful ever since the last epoch. We developed these strongly in Atlantis. But what happened is we distorted our astral body when we went through the flood. And we became distraught, and we began focusing on all the things that were wrong, and began using our mental power to keep thinking about what's going wrong in our life, in which all that does is create more of it. And so it's like learning how to like stop that train, like Superman, like I see on that Mighty Mouse commercial, right, where that locomotive's going down the tracks. So even when you're still in the mix of it, to start rewriting the code in your brain, all of a sudden you start seeing that a momentum starts slowing that train down until ultimately it's moving backwards. And then you start building a momentum by daily decrees and becoming more of a master with how you write your prayer or your decrees. I call them decrees, but they're basically prayers. And if I ask for anything, it's just asking from a higher source for a dispensation to allow this to be as if it already is. And I would like to guide you guys through a meditation, a very short activation to help us align with our own individualized I am presence. Okay, when we use those words I am, that's who we all are, and then we're having an experience as Charlie or you. We're all connected to the I am. We are all fractals of that light, and I want to help you reconnect in a guided mediation journey to this. It's like a diamond shining presence. It's a diamond shining star that is the giver of all life, and bring this into our consciousness again. The truth is it's always been there, but to bring it into your conscious awareness that you may learn how to develop that connection, even if it takes 5 minutes to center yourself, get reconnected to the I am that I am, and then do your prayers and decrees or your affirmations, and watch how fast things happen. Watch how fast, when you have no resistance to it, it just becomes instantly. Okay, we have no resistance to parking places or, certain things. Maybe the certain items you have to go get at the grocery store. While everybody's complaining about the grocery prices, you can be like, everything I'm getting is on sale, and you just start finding that everything on your list is on sale, and you're like, okay, I'm the creator of my reality. And we can do this in every aspect of our lives. But it will be the little things that we don't have resistance to that open the door for us to become aware that, oh my God, I'm actually doing this. So what can I stay eternally youthful? What else can I do? What else can I do? And that is wielding your scepter. I'll tell you, there's masters today that have been living in the Himalayas that are hundreds of years old. They don't come out of the mountains or anything very often, but they're there because they've mastered communing with every cell of their bodies. They understand that their consciousness is the flame within the body. And just like in the olden days, like in ancient texts and scriptures, they say that we would live hundreds of years, or like Noah lived 900 years or something like this. It's absolutely true. Except when we left, we still looked like we were 35. Aging wasn't really a thing. We would use our bodies, the vessel, as long as was required for our divine plan and for all of our lessons, whatever it is we wanted to go through. And then we would just give it back. We would etherealize it, with sacred fire, and then take our consciousness to our next journey, whatever plane of existence we wanted to go to. But we are on that cusp right now of the veils beginning to be removed collectively. The things that are going on the earth right now is very unique. Okay, we've done this process individually or in certain societies or mystery schools all through the ages. But to do this collectively as like a gigantic earthly initiation is very unique. This is something we get a shot at about every 4.5 million years. And right now it's beginning. So hold on tight, and begin seeing all the problems or the emotions that get pulled up out of you are not personal. Like you're doing this for your ancestry, you're doing this so that all your future generations of your lineage, your soul lineage, your genetic lineage can be free of any burdens that have been in there. I'll tell you, there was trillions of souls in this universe that petitioned to be here on Earth through this transition. And only the top 10 billion, regardless if it's some schizophrenic guy on the streets of San Francisco or the King of England, you are all extremely evolved souls that are sort of have our higher selves orchestrating this transition on the earth. So just be patient with yourselves and be patient with your brothers and sisters, no matter who's running for president. Just keep your energy high and live like the animals do. Okay, it's like it's a transition. We can observe. I don't mean live like an animal, but I mean pay attention to nature and see that they don't care. You know, they're just going to keep on living their lives and keep moving forward. And this is all we need to do is just keep holding and moving forward. All right, so why don't we get centered a little bit on the breath? I'll have us in unison. We'll do like 3 long ohms and then invoke each one of our I am presences by toning or saying Almighty I am. We'll say that 3 or like 4 times. But let us set the energy in the room with, we'll do 4 ohms and then 4 Almighty I. So let's breathe. Let's get us centered a little bit. We're breathing for a couple seconds. Almighty I am. Almighty I am. Almighty I am. Almighty I am. They're asking us to tone L-O-E. Just relax, observing any sensations you may be having in and around the body, allowing the electronic frequency, the revolution of the electrons within your body, moving around the atoms. Allow them to speed up and harmonize from head to toe. And while you're simply observing, allow your imagination to follow the words I say. And now, as you move your consciousness from your body a little bit, looking back upon yourself, notice a glorious platinum diamond shining star approximately 11 feet above your head. And from this diamond shining star, begin to notice a glorious emanating diamond white tube of light to begin descending down upon you at about 11 feet in diameter around you. A glorious protective field that is revolving at the speed of light. Now, holding your energy in all outer effluvia from all the different planes of existence that you are living in, and isolating you to your body now. Take note of this tube spinning around you. You may see symbols or signs on the inside of this tube of light, yet it is ethereal in nature. And you can see through it as well, but know that it is always there. One day, holding this tube of light around you will be as easy as breathing. It will be as second nature as riding a bike, for those of you that have learned. And now allow, from beneath your feet, a glorious ultraviolet flaming crystalline liquid to begin moving up through the earth and moving up, filling this tube of light very slowly. As you look down at this beautiful flaming liquid that is not wet, but with a consistency that moves through every part of you, down to the electronic nature of your astral body, your spiritual body, your mental body, and your physical body. Filling up over your feet and joints, moving up now through the muscles of the calves. Moving and permeating through all things, transmuting and transforming all discordances, anything that does not represent your true divine perfection. Back into the glory of the eternal God, Goddess you are, and that you have come from. In that inner mind, hear those words, I am here and I am there. Observe the sensations as this violet flaming energy moves up and permeates all space, up over through the knees and the joints, all through the bone marrow, commanding all cells in the bone marrow to begin producing more stem cells, transmuting all sick and stagnant cells into stem cells instantly. Allow this flaming energy now moving up through the thighs, the groin, all glands in the hips and sexual organs, transmuting and transforming any discordant energies, any traumas from this life or any life instantaneously. All recorded, but no longer experiencing. Moving up through the spleen chakra, opening that gateway where the life force of prana enters your physical body. Through the bowels, through the intestines and the guts, where all physical sickness begins. transmuting and transforming all acidity that is unhealthy in your body into the perfect alkalinity of the crystalline light being you are becoming. Allow this beautiful ultraviolet flaming crystalline liquid to fill the cavities within your body, your chest cavity, all cells and organs, all cartilage, tendons, muscles, moving through any fat cells that are not serving your highest purpose, transmuting them into pure health. Blazing now through the kidneys and up in through and all around your spinal cord, correcting all the nerves and the nervous systems. Keep observing the sensations in your body as we move this energy up through it. Allow this flaming energy to work. Now it is up to your shoulders, working through the heart, all ventricles, all the spiritual chakras, minors, micros, and majors, lighting you up like a beautiful Christmas tree, like a beautiful galaxy you would look like, for those for the eyes to see. Feel this energy moving up in through and all around your fingers and palms and wrists. All through the skin, the pores. Move this violet flaming energy up in through around the shoulders and collarbone. Instantaneously healing all arthritis. All sickness is an illusion. Remember that. All distortions in our experience are nothing but a dirty window that can be polished at any moment. Feel this energy now moving up through the jaw, filling your mouth, swallowing, going down the throat. Breathing this flaming energy up through the nose and the sinuses. In and around the ears, let these vortexes of energy go in, through and around the brain. Clearing and cleansing any blockages. Activating more of the neurocircuitry required as we get ready to commune with the presence. Feel these energies spiraling and moving around in the third eye, up through the glands of the brain, the hypothalamus, bridging that rainbow bridge and swirling around the crown, and continuing to move and filling this tube of light all the way back up to that diamond shining presence. Let us hold this vision as if we were on the outside looking in at us sitting within this tube of light fully full of this beautiful flaming liquid. And let us hold this vision for 17 to 22 seconds. It is universal law, beloved ones, that you use your unwavering mental power in doing these activations, as well as creating anything in your physical life. If you want to hit all green lights on your way to work, spend 25 seconds before you pull out of your driveway holding a vision of a green light and say, that's all there is. Perhaps you see certain things, something you can look upon, maybe tick marks on that tube of light, something to hold your attention. for those 17 seconds. Practice, practice, practice makes this easy. You will not always have to go through this drawn out process for this to work. You will be able to do it instantly as you become more and more aware of the truth of the fields of energy around you and how to utilize them for the benefit of self and all mankind. And now, as we are sitting there, move your body back into your tube of light and take note of a great bright light beginning to descend upon you as that diamond shining star above you emanates a duplication of it, just as a cell would duplicate, and begins slowly bridging this diamond shining presence down in and through your crown chakra. In 3, 2, 1. This great orb of diamond light now enters in through the physical body, but emanates through the 4 bodies, through your mind, your emotions, your spirit, and body. Allow this beautiful orb, this diamond shining presence, to begin slowly descending and blessing the whole spinal cord. Perhaps you could zoom in on yourself and see that there's a universe within this orb of light, with billions and legions of little hard-working angels, working tirelessly, activating your whole nervous system, rewiring the spinal cord, preparing you for divine union, which is your birthright, and now your responsibility to maintain. There has been a new crystalline grid activated around the earth. And as we watch the last parts of the old magnetic grid that has been in operation since the flood, for approximately the last 13 to 15,000 years, begin to disintegrate and fall apart, know that there is a new high-speed quantum crystalline grid of mental capacity fully active now. In this process, it is like going from dial-up internet to try to make things to happen to a high-speed quantum fiber optics. And this power is within your frequency to have full access to it. The great causal mind of the earth, if you will. Where every record, memory, and action of every man, woman, child, spirit, elemental, and angel is recorded for, and your access is granted for all constructive purpose to this field of energy. Feel that diamond shining presence moving down the spinal cord, down into the tailbone, and then leaving the coccyx and moving down into the earth, to the core of the earth. Visualize this as it begins bridging to what we call the sun of even pressure. Core of our earth is also installed. It emanates a glorious diamond white pillar of light back up through the earth, connecting you to the diamond shining presence in full activity now. And now, let us move our consciousness into the heart and in your imagination as we move into your own individual temple of God. Visualize any way you may of what your perfect vision of your perfect temple of where your God presence would reside would look like. What colors would you see? Perhaps it looks like an enormous cathedral or an ancient, beautiful temple. It is your temple. There is no wrong way. See what moves into the imagination as you walk up those glorious steps and those gigantic golden doors that are 33 feet tall, made so absolutely perfectly that you can swing on the hinge with one finger. These doors that weigh tons and tons effortlessly move as you walk in. As you move down the alley, down the aisle towards the great altar and throne that's before you. Notice what you see on your sides. Perhaps you see glorious statues of angels. Perhaps you see paintings of times past. Perhaps there are people lining the pews or the places to sit, or perhaps it is a bustling community that pays you no mind. Know that it is all you, and all you have ever been. As you walk down this aisle, you go closer and closer to this glorious being that you recognize instantly as yourself. Your God presence, ornately decorated in a beautiful crown, garments and robes, very big, perhaps 12 feet tall, all loving and all knowing, whether she be your goddess presence or your God presence. Take note of the glorious angels that surround you and your higher presence. The glorious cherubim who have always been with you, who have always been directing you through the power of your I am. All manner of legions of angels, to see that the soul's plan is fulfilled. And now you find yourself, as you're staring at yourself in the eyes with great love, you begin feeling your body begin to dematerialize. And all of the electrons of your body merge into this glorious goddess being on the throne. And you become one in this unified field. Then with your eyes closed, observe how your electrons are feeling. Observe any changes. Use your senses to observe how would it be feeling like to sit in this beautiful, glorious crystal and golden throne. Perhaps it's easier to breathe. And now, from within this presence, you begin to notice you're looking through the eyes of your God. God is present, still sitting in that throne, and beginning to integrate eternal memories into the consciousness you will be bringing back out to the physical plane. This unification is a bit like bridging oil and water. One is electronic light and one is atomic light. But as we are bridging our frequencies, the viscosity becomes different. The water begins to dilute the oil and it blends together. Your human consciousness or your human ego and your causal mind and your God ego begin to blend. Just allow and observe the transformation. And now, while we are in this state, while you're still bridged with your I am presence, I would like to lead you through a call and response for our perfect health and eternal youth, for our perfect peace and harmony, our perfect comfort and joy. In this call and response, we will invoke the resurrection flame, which is orange with a pink outline, orange and pink flame. So I will say, I am the resurrection and the life. And then you guys say it. And then I will say, of my eternal youth and perfect health. And then you shall say it, and to decree this in your lives. Are you ready? I am the resurrection and the life. Resurrection of my eternal youth and perfect health. I am the resurrection and the life of my eternal peace and harmony. I am the resurrection and the life of my perfect comfort and joy. I am the resurrection and the life of my divine plan fulfilled. Just relax. Let the I am presence move this through your body, putting this into your matrix. It has always been there, and know that your presence has always been in your heart. Allow yourself to rematerialize outside your God presence, holding the best you can any of the frequencies or adjustments in your energy you may have experienced in this process. Acknowledging always and giving your love to your God, God's presence, the giver of all life, not only yours, but all life that you experience in your reality. And knowing that any time and for all constructive purposes, and know that your fulfillment is constructive, it's not selfish. Knowing that you are in a phase right now as you transition, that you must learn to fill your cups up, to be of greater service from a cup overflowing and not one that is depleted. So many of your lessons that are going to come now is learning how to shut off those faucets, those leaky faucets that energies seem to take, and then give to the same energies overflow from a different state and a different perspective. Now let us walk back out the temple. Take note if maybe the stone blocks are made of crystals or living light, or anything that may be peculiar or something that might not usually be in your imagination. As you visualize your home in heaven, a place of your own creation, your own architecture, engineering. Perhaps it's futuristic, or perhaps it's ancient, or perhaps it's both. Or in these realms, you can create anything. And as we move our consciousness back into the bodies, let us still observe, and as we open our eyes and move our hands, we are still doing our best to hold those frequencies. Come back into the room, open our eyes. It took me a little longer to get into that spot than I thought it was going to take, but is everybody able to follow it pretty good? Good. These are very real activations, and there is universal laws. No matter, you are creators, remember that. If you're working on creating your Merkaba field or anything like this, the rules of holding that focus for 17 seconds is given to us by the Elohim. All right, we call it the laws of precipitation, where it's like there's 7 steps to this. And one is the will to begin making a decision, and the vision of holding the vision of the job or whatever the activation that you're doing for your ethereal body or physical octave must be held in that focus. All right, and then putting your love and things like this into it, but then also rhythm. Okay, if you guys are trying to create something in the physical world, do it every day. Hold the vision for 17 seconds or 22 seconds, but do it at the same time every day, and never tell anybody what you're doing. Okay, it's not that it's a secret, but it's like taking from your energy. Where the mind goes, where our words go, it pulls from the energy of what you're actually trying to do. Okay, you're creating to share with the world, and to share your experience of succeeding, of becoming a creator again, and moving past the realms of reaction and fear and all of these different things. This power of the violet flame, visualizing yourself in that violet flame, in that tube of light, regularly and diligently, will begin elevating your frequency and changing your endocrine systems. Okay? You will not need to be living on cortisol and adrenaline, all those stress hormones. Organically, they're beginning to dissolve already. That's why so many people, all of a sudden, we used to be addicted to watching the news, and now it's kind of like nails on the chalkboard. All right, because our frequency, it's not even about what's being said, but our frequency is trying to get past the projections of fear. I mean, I used to love horror movies and all that stuff, and now it's like, doesn't feel right anymore. And I know it's just a frequency. A lot of the songs I used to dance to and love in the 90s and early 2000s, I love the song, but now I listen to it, it's not the same anymore because this has happened. Okay, and eventually we will be completely done with the fight or flight, adrenaline, cortisol complex in our systems, and we're moving into a higher state of dopamine and endorphins. For women, the estrogen, and men, the testosterone will be rebalanced, which is it's not just a hormone, this is a very powerful spiritual essence that keeps us in a very powerful state of peace where we're like unbreakable. Okay, nobody can hurt your feelings, and even when people are trying to hurt your feelings, it just is kind of like it's like a little kid in the sandbox that doesn't want to go home. Like, it doesn't affect you any more than that, without looking down on somebody. It's just, it doesn't affect us in a negative way. Okay, I can tell you that your diets are going to start changing, probably a lot more water, a lot more alkalinity, and it'll be trial and error because you're going to want to resist. You're going to want to keep eating what you love to eat, except your body's just going to keep hurting worse and worse until finally you try other things, and then you'll find that you get great ecstasy, like when you eat the right things, because your body is craving alkalinity. All right, if you're going to do any research on diets, know that you are all individual matrix. You all put out your own individual soul song that has its own requirements. Okay, there is no all, somebody's diet that they write in a book might work for them. There might be good traits in it, but you will find that you'll be picking and pulling from different things. You might be vegetarian for 3 months, then all of a sudden you're just like, your body is like craving a hamburger. Listen to your body as you're going through this transition. There's building blocks of a new rebirth happening within you. Okay, and don't judge yourself as you go through this process. It's individual and collective at the same time, and there's a lot going on that's like kind of beyond our comprehension. But we made these agreements, specifically a great wave of people made these agreements in 2020, in the beginning of COVID. We're given our life, we were in our dreams, we went and did life reviews, and we're given the opportunity to leave, or we can stay to do, they showed us a new soul path. That's why a lot of contracts got done. That's why you see a lot of like marriages and breakups kind of changing, this kind of stuff right now since 2020. And it's because certain soul contracts were adjusted and changed at this time. And in 2026, there's going to be another wave of this. There's a whole wave of people that are going to start having the veils removed. And we're being prepared. Those of you that are beginning to open up to that there's more to life than just our toil and labor are going to be prepared to like help answer questions to people, because there's going to be millions in America. Mother Earth, when she channels, it's like tens of millions of people are just going to all of a sudden be like, what the hell is going on? Like not be able to really comprehend it. So she's waking people up in waves, okay? But they must ask us for help or ask us for guidance. How are you staying so calm when all this is going on? Well, it's because I just have a different understanding. But now that you asked a question, I can begin explaining to you how I see it. But if we try to say, this is what's going on to a consciousness that's not ready, their soul will not even allow them to see it or understand it until the right time. It actually pushes them back farther. Like they put a force field up again and then don't want to look at everything. And the very first things that we all see is the stuff that's in our physical octave. But it's something that's going on many different planes of existence. So just hold, nothing matters but your peace. Find your practices that bring you peace. Turn off the TV, go for a walk, do things that just every time you start feeling it, become aware of when you feel like a reaction coming up. You hear people talking about something at the coffee shop or the restaurant, just become aware, begin asking yourself the questions. Why do I care when I hear somebody talking about that? Why do I care? Somebody doesn't text me when I want them to text me. Like those kind of things, you're like pulling them up out of the subconscious to be done once and for all. You've all been granted dispensations to just command all the energy we would call karma and all of this can be removed right now. We just have to call on it. You will reap what you sow. It's not like we're karma free if you don't practice and you're going on your divine mission. And in fact, part of the Great Awakening for people in this next wave is going to be like not understanding why everything keeps coming back on them instantly. Stuff that they've done their whole life, that just seems like a societal norm, but has no basis in truth. It's going to come back, all right, real quick. It's not stuff that's coming back. So people that are in the places of governance and like higher echelons that have, had control matrices, it's falling apart, but they don't understand why, and all this stuff gets raised to the surface. It's up to us to not go into judgment over these things as they get revealed, and know that the divine, it's all part of a soul plan to wake them up. If anything, we need to, like in our own consciousness, this does not mean condone behavior, but go into forgiveness, because somehow, somewhere along the line, we asked certain aspects of life to make things so dark or corrupted that it would wake us up, that we would like scream for our power to like begin helping the earth. And we would remember who we are. But it took a lot of pressures that we've gone through in the last few thousand years, especially of these energies. But it is dissolving, and people have to wake up to the fact that We have power. We're not powerless. Okay, we're not at all powerless. Good. Maybe questions? Maybe questions? Anything you want to say? All right, guys. Okay, I guess we are done. So thank you so much for coming. And I've got a booth over here. I'm selling crystals, and I am doing readings. I am a channel. I actually told you that. My office is in Sedona, so if you guys are ever visiting down in Sedona, look me up. But I am a channel for the ascended host and the angels and people's personal guardians and higher selves I work with, one-on-one. But I also teach people how to unlock these truths within themselves, as I have, and to empower people, and to guide them on the path of using their power for constructive purposes, and to actually feel the difference between how much like ecstasy one can feel when you're in alignment with the divine plan. When in the Lord's Prayer would say, "Let Thy will be done," and you actually come into alignment with it, it almost feels like you're floating. And sometimes you can just be in alignment by feeling a calling to go to Walmart or go to the store, and all of a sudden you're just like, wow, okay, and it just feels ecstasy. Then you get down there and you just see all of a sudden there's a person that you don't even have to talk to, but all of a sudden you'll feel this energy moving out of your consciousness and into their aura. That's not our doing. We're just doing the will of the heavens, and it's a very magical time to be alive and to start becoming aware of the true nature of who you are and the other aspects of what you're doing. While you're embodied in the physical, you're also doing a great deal of spiritual work. Your higher self is also working above you, cleaning up all these astral energies and cleaning up all of the lost spirits and ghosts, and all of these things are all being called home, and it's lifting the density of the consciousness. And over the last 100 years, there was a 100-year plan started in like 1933, and this purification process began on the earth through our higher selves, through our God presence, but it needs us embodied as feet on the ground for this to occur, and that's why everything is accelerated. We went from cows and carts and horse and buggy for 15,000 years to like all of a sudden scramjets and space shuttles and spaceships and all sorts of different things. So, and it's only going to keep accelerated because now we're just like vacuuming the corners of the astral plane. All these lower energies are being brought home to be healed. And it's a very magical time, but you will all remember this eventually. I'm just planting the seeds, I guess. But there's no one on earth right now that's that's actually a victim. They're all very mighty beings that just some of them took on more than they. Because it's always nice to make a plan from the other side, and then when you come into incarnation, you don't realize how many chains you put upon yourself, and it can make you crazy. You can do this kind of stuff, but love all your brothers and sisters, no matter who they are, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, what nation they're in. They're all here for this, and every generation coming in now is even like older souls. Organically, all the chaos we see in the world is fading away, because the consciousness that's coming in, it doesn't really make sense to them. I have parents bringing their children to me in Sedona because they don't want to bring them to like a psychiatrist, but they're like little Nikola Teslas, 5 years old, asking me why we don't have neutrino collectors and why are we generating power off of water? Why are we not just collecting the neutrinos? Like free. They can't comprehend our stupidity. At like 5 years old, but their parents are like, I don't know what to. Go ahead.
Technological advancement or what we're doing at this point in time?
There's a huge shift right now. Part of it, as the old guard begins retiring or fading away from governance, there are policies that were put in place in 1951 when the consciousness really began accelerating that suppressed. It's a Congress bipartisan law that stopped the publication of certain patents. They call it the patent law of 1951. It's public, you can look it up. But these are going to be revisited very soon. Nobody knows the exact time between now and 2027 because these technologies have existed for a long time. The car, it actually took more engineering to create carburetors that would only give a car 20 miles to the gallon. When in the first cars, I mean, in the 1950s, the cars got like 200 miles to the gallon and had 400 horsepower. You know, it was actually took more took more ingenuity to make it burn a lot more gas, which was not just dumping it out the exhaust or something. But those kind of technologies have existed for a long time. All right, and there are many new ones that have come since then that are going to be finally able to released. There is stuff being open source now. There's been parties that are bypassing the patent, and they're bypassing capitalism even, and they're just dumping technologies across the internet. I know in Sedona we have, you know, a lot of like people that are into that kind of thing, and they began developing the systems where you can convert gas engines into running on water by using these electrical plates that somehow turns the water into like a hydrogen plasma, and it gets water, and then the actual exhaust is pure oxygen. And they're doing it where you can switch it back and forth. They're using it on generators and things like that now. And there is a neighborhood somewhere in Arizona that they're doing like they're running a whole neighborhood on neutrino collectors, which is, you know, which would be what would be the next phase. It goes into cars. You don't need charging stations and all that stuff. But we just are got to get over this next little hump of you know, people, so that the people that actually want to be in the Green Party are actually working towards releasing that kind of stuff that already exists instead of going, you know, being steered. But this is all stuff that's going to happen. Our governance in the next decade or two is going to go into like more of a specialized services where it'll be more like a 7-party system. I know my guides show it to me like at first it's like a 7-pointed star, but it'll be like, you know, the environmental party, a conservative party, a education party, a medical party, and so like they all will alchemize together, but it'll be more like mastery instead of like, I mean, like becoming because they'll have focuses, I guess you could say, where instead of trying to be a jack of all trades and then you don't get to really master anything, and that's sort of where we've been kind of stuck in, like when it comes to like each side tries to take on these different things and it just nothing seems to really move, right? And now you'll see governance, and you'll see this all over the world, you know, in their own ways, these kind of systems. It's not going to be like Parliament where they're always yelling at each other. I've actually also been shown perfectly clear visions where the sessions of governance in state legislature and in federal legislature where people, they sing. They do invocations in the morning and like sing like a choir to the whole room and charge the whole room with like divine energy, and then go about work, you know. But it's not giving the blind power to voices they're hearing to write this law, but using their own inner presence. And, you know, this is where evolution is at. We're not taking information from outside ourselves that can be distorted, and we're not just ignorantly self-serving. We're learning how to commune with our higher self within ourselves, and how it, you know, it's very complex, but this is where we're at in our evolution, and it's an exciting time to be here. All right, guys. So, yeah, go ahead.
If it's not too long, have you expanded on the 100-year plan?
In 1933, because there was the Earth was not quite where it was meant to be. Okay, we're in the evolution, and there's a problem is that if every 4.5 million years, the whole system is, we call it the in-breath of God. Okay, every star, every planet moves up an octave. Okay, which meaning the Earth was going to move up to a higher dimensional octave with or without us. Okay, but if we can't correct our bodies, which is connected to our emotions and everything else, and raise them, we would not be able to go with her. And we'd sort of be like left as orphans, or we would have to go back into the sun and we'd start over as a flower petal on some other world somewhere, okay, our consciousness. So a plan was developed from the higher planes. This 100-year plan is not like human, although it played out on the human plane, okay, was to bring us through these markers. And then we got from 1933 to 1987 was the big one. Okay, if we didn't hit a certain marker, we were all going to get pulled up out of our bodies and the earth was going to go through a transition. But we hit it. We called it the harmonic convergence. And then there was another octave that was like in 1999 and then 2012. All these markers that you're familiar with was places where we needed to hit certain requirements as a collective. So that was like, we couldn't like judge other people. If you're judging somebody, it lowers your frequency. So there had to be enough people that were awakening to keep elevating the consciousness, to keep forgiving the unforgivable, to love the unlovable. And then the more of us that are here doing that. And then, but then the opposition is the other people, the other energy thought the best way to like fill this purpose was to wipe us all off the earth and then start again. Okay, this is where you get into the stories of the Black Lodge, the Black Priesthood, and the White Brotherhood. You know, this kind of the good and evil kind of thing. But both think they're doing exactly the right thing. They just have different perspectives of how to get the humanity to evolve. And, but it's gone in the way of the light. You're going to see more population coming. The depopulation agendas are like falling apart, and then the more that happens, the faster the evolution begins going on again. All right, nobody can control the energy. That matrix is falling apart. You know, the systems of control that kept people from even thinking about enlightenment, let alone becoming enlightened beings. And we're seeing it. Like we can go into, I could go all day talking about that subject. All right, guys, thank you so much. It's great to see you.
If you are interested, Charlie does have a booth, so you can go see him and continue your conversations there.
Good, remembering the money.
Ask him whatever more questions you have, because he's definitely got a lot of information. Thank you, guys.
That was like, good. I'm glad that I came. And I've actually been studying some of Summit University. We go, yeah, we have sharing sessions. Lighthouse Summit University. The first one that I picked was Mighty Victory, and the invitation is actually like similar to an energy center. Yeah, it's like I just laughed the whole way through. It's so formal and like for the I probably needed to laugh. Yeah, it'll come on. It was really interesting, and this is beautiful to have. Everyone who was here. Yeah.
Yeah, we on live stream too. Okay. Janet, we're coming to the channel.
Oh, I just you want to introduce me to
I
someone's
did.
phone.
Okay.
So this is where I sit.
Yes, perfect. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to our live stream audience tuning in, and welcome to our audience here in Reno to our SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. We're delighted to have you all here. And I'm excited to be introducing our next speaker, Laura Papard, who is the owner and founder of the Reno Psychic Institute. She has 30 years of miraculous experiences through spiritual communication and healing. She teaches clairvoyance and trance mediumship, as well as meditation and energy healing. So for all of you guys tuning in, watching, and are here, Laura actually is a teacher of what she does. So, and she has taught and mentored thousands of people. Many you can even see here, and she has a beautiful booth in the back where you can actually have readings with her students. And we're delighted to have Laura today here with us to do some channeling from an ancient being, and I'm excited to hear what they have to say. So thank you so much for being here, Laura.
Can I invite you maybe to come up with it just a little bit, if you want? Okay, I'd just kind of like to start to see if you have any questions about trance mediumship or channeling. I can explain it a little, the process, or our bodies are like a pair of clothes and we fit into them, and there are clothes, but sometimes we like to, maybe someone else wants to try on our clothes and see how they fit. That's not too good a analogy, but the thing of it is that you as a spirit come into your body, and you can also go out of your body. And when you go out of your body, it's a natural human ability that a communication with other spirits and beings is possible. And to learn the mechanics and how to do it correctly is a very ecstatic experience, and a very, you learn a lot. Like we say, sometimes you can learn more about yourself by not being yourself, which is, you know, you got to think about that one. And the vibration, it actually, most people channel to some extent or not, because we have different spiritual energy bodies, and some are more capable or have more experience in doing that than others, just like someone's better at playing basketball than someone else. So the point is that sometimes you channel, but you don't know what that is, but it's just like a personality shift, or you say something like, where did that come from? And when you start to realize that what it actually is, it's very interesting, and it gives you more control over it, because you're the owner of the body. So whatever happens when you're not home and someone else is, you still get the call. So it's kind of good to learn about how that all works, and then you can take more responsibility for it. So. But it's really fun to be able to work with beings that are kind of pre-selected for certain things. And that's, I don't think I got quite saying, but it's like how you vibrate is the quality of the being that comes, you know, through you. So when you take care of yourself on a spiritual level and learn how different levels of vibration, and then carry that through in your life, where you can have neutrality and non-judgment,
then and vibrate at a more positive level. Then you get really worthwhile beings to come through. So. All right, come on in, have a seat. Yeah, I was just kind of explaining what transmediumship is a little bit. Do you have any questions before I get started?
No, I'm just curious. Yeah.
Okay. No. Yeah, I was just saying that you can be yourself or not be yourself sometimes. And when you're not yourself, sometimes you're someone else.
That is true.
And you're like, who said that? And most of the time when you as a spirit are out of your body, like feeling spaced out or something, you are unconscious. You know, you just feel spacey. But the program, how we teach it at the Reno Psychic Institute, is then when you're out of your body, you're conscious of what's going on and who you are there rather than here. So that's a really fun change of perspective, you know, to see what's going on the other side and what your abilities are on that level too. Okay. So I'm going to go into trance, and I have been interviewing a spirit guide that is about kind of what's going on the planet right now, and to give us some insight into that, some guidance. And you might feel a little different shift in my energy. So it makes you kind of feel a little spacey too, because you'll start matching that. Hello, I am Anastasio, and I've been working with this planet for many eons of time. And I'd like to visit with you today as information on, let's say, the truth behind all the chaos and confusion that's going on among the populations of the globe. And you're aware on an external level of the outward manifestations that cause distress and concern and pain and suffering. The COVID was really the disease level, the first entrance into this period of time, along with the struggle of control and power over the population by different factions and nationalities and leaders. And of course, natural disasters. So there's been karma accumulating for many generations now. And these events are an expression of the vibration individually and on a group level of the karma that's been created. And these things, though experienced unpleasantly, are actually a learning or a result of the vibration that people have let themselves operate at. The raising of one's vibration is a constant level of choice that is made every minute, every hour, every day, every year of a person's inhabitation in their body as a spirit. So being in a physical body is really an opportunity for choice. But there's a heavy blanket over us now of, say, unwise past choices, which creates an oppressive atmosphere. So it is needed a real level of inner wisdom and remembrance as to what you're here for, and to continually be taking the next steps to dig yourself out of the lies and the erroneous actions that cause these outward manifestations, that cause planetary pain. And this isn't the first cycle of this that has happened. The history of this planet has been a series of humanity taking steps and then not learning from the mistakes and the results that are being created. There's been different civilizations, not primitive, but at the level we are, but in many different ways. Humanity keeps growing and trying different ways of being. Very creative process that way. And when they get to a certain level of power and ability, fall victim to one level or another of a trap, a negative a way of getting like off the path that we're destined for eventually. When as a group agreement on this planet, we figure out the right way of being. So in this cycle, the attraction to power and control is one major theme. And we see this manifested in our leaders. A why do the cream of the crop be the ones that you wouldn't want to be at the rise at the top? But yet that is how this happens, instead of all the many good and capable people that could be there. Why is it that in general at the biggest places of power come leaders that don't work to make it the best it can be for the most of us, but to take what they can and kind of run and hide with it, not take care of what they're there for. If you reduce this to a personal level, and I invite you to look inwards, maybe in your personal life seems like a very small, inconsequential thing, but maybe as a group expression, all of that winds up being, I'm trying to search for the words in this language, manifested, so that you can see outward of yourself what it is truly that you're doing on this energy level, and to find the places in your life, however small or large, that come from a place of lack of consideration for others around you, and a taking for yourself. Not to say care for oneself and a focus on your spiritual growth, your steps on your path is indeed the first priority. But when that is done in the correct way, you're like a glowing light to those around you that then remember and start to emulate from that space and share that vibration with each other, and you pull each other up instead of tearing each other down. If you look at the people around you, are you having a positive effect on them or not? This planet is at a turning point. In reference, this has happened a number of times before, to where it was necessary to start over again. What will be the choice and the work now is a critical time for how that will play out, for this group agreement of these beings on the planet. And it's not like you haven't been through it before. And the challenge is to remember what you experienced and choose, whether through the lack of will, you could call it spiritual laziness, will result in the clearing in a way that a new possibility could start. Or can you correct this path at this time and remember the true purpose of you, the immortal being, have for being in this body? There's no accident of who's in your life, what the situations and dynamics in your life are. That exactly is your lesson. Your next step is to solve that riddle. You've been there before in this situation. How did you not solve it then, but maybe understood what needed to be done? Can you remember that now? One person, you say, can only do so much. But when you do it, you change the world around you. And enough of those orbs of light, just your orb of light, when you choose the helpfulness to yourself as well as others, is enough to change everything. Open your eyes to the physical world around you. The magic of the flowing waters of the planet. The mystery of the deep oceans. The consciousness of the plant life. The beauty and the wonder. How plants maintain themselves on this planet for so many years. The wisdom of the animals. Just because we don't understand their language doesn't mean they don't have one, or intelligence. Consider the magic of everything that is created and has been created on this planet, and it all fits together into a system. And how your own body is a reflection of that bigger system. You have the flowing waters in you, different consciousnesses, working together with all the parts of yourself, the bacteria, the mini people. It indeed takes an amazing level of cooperation to integrate and operate a body. You have to remember how talented and wise and capable you are that you're able to do that. And honor your body as a piece of art that you have created, and the magic of it, the beauty of it. I'm telling you now how to take this step, how to position yourself is by first having awareness of how this is and what a miracle it all is, and that you're part of it, and honoring that, honoring and understanding your participation in it, your part in it. And willing to create a picture, a vision of what will be the outcome of this time of lesson and retribution. The difficulties in your life, difficulties on the planet, is a clearing away of past mistakes. There's a time to find thankfulness for that opportunity so that you can be free to move forward in grace and joy that comes from being clean with yourself, and clean with the planet, and clean with the creation that you're part of. I would invite you now to, as I help bring this energy into the room, to find that space within yourself and choose whether to recommit to those steps that will bring you to that place of grace. When I say cleanliness, I mean out of the dirtiness of the selfishness, all the sins that have been talked about at this point, all those things, review them and see where you stand with that. There's a lot of different levels of this that need that clearing, and you are capable and part of each one of them. Look at your physical, you're caring for yourself on a physical level, for your planet, companions, physical world. You do right by them. You can consider your emotional levels within yourself. Emotions are not meant to be a problem, be a communication and an understanding of that space between you as a spiritual being and you as a physical being. Your emotions are messengers to the spirit. When you honor those messages and work in co-creation with you as a spirit, you bring spirit to the planet, to the physical, you spiritualize matter, and your emotions become an incredible, joyous experience. Levels that you don't realize when you consider emotions that aren't this but valid because it's communication. Working together, spirit. And when you honor and make wise choices of what you actually as a body create on this planet, the systems and the relationships and the humanness of humanity, rather than the loss of that in metal and machinery and I think you call it technology, mistaken what you create outside of yourself. That attempts to replicate the human. And instead of using it as an asset, use it to replace your own abilities. Is one of the major challenges. What you have affinity for, what you love, what you attract to you, what you choose to reject and to push away from you. It's a major area of choice. In your connection with spirit, do you look and find the highest vibration? Do you find the place where God or the divine resides? And be in that space. Allow healing and remembrance to come from you, to you. Maybe you think that you don't have answers or aren't at that level. It's available at any moment, all the time, just to go there and remember. And then that information, that knowingness comes as a vision. So you can start to have a blueprint to create in this physical space. And remember the spoken word, the power of what you, for the first time from your knowingness and your vision, you speak the word to make it real in this world. That you choose those, so important that you choose those words very carefully. To have it be a place of wisdom that flows through you. So I invite you to create a picture, not a fantasy, but a vision of your next step and what you will for the world. And this is something that takes practice in order that you remember to work that space. So you can only create a picture, a vision from the vibration that you're operating at. So if that picture isn't satisfying to you, then raising your vibration is a bit of a confusing statement, because what does that really mean? If you think of it in color spectrum, colors appeal to you. Beautiful shades of each of the colors, and then the grounding prints of all the colors, gold. And bring the energy center at the top of your head. See it at gold. You vibrate at gold. And this place is where you receive the Word of God, the divine grace and wisdom. When you hold that space and hold, when you're there and when you fall off, go back, and the more you do it, the stronger and more staying power you have. That is your spiritual power. And thank you for this time. And I invite you to remember us and that we're present to help and guide those who ask. We shall receive, so to speak. Because there's always guidance for those who have figured this game out and wish to help you along your path also. Thank you. Any questions?
Did you first start this or no?
To the channel. Many years of preparation, because at the Reno Psychic Institute, first we teach meditation, which is just awareness of what's going on in your space on an energy level and how to navigate it. And then the clairvoyant level is you as a spirit being in your body and taking care of business there, clearing out the negativity and stuff that's not you and knowing who you are in your body. And then it's a safe place to start to work out of your body, because there's a lot of different energies and distractions on that level if you don't know who you are. Like my brother, for instance, did the transmediumship first, and he got in a lot of trouble with it. And finally, he had to go back and start from the beginning, and actually came and moved up by me and did the meditation and the clairvoyance. And then, because he was a very good natural transmedium, but it wasn't safe, the way he approached it. Anybody else? Anything else? Did you get anything out of that, or any information that was helpful? It's kind of, once it's over, it's hard for me to remember what I should have said. Did you feel the difference when the being was in and then when it left? I just think that's an interesting point. It's like, is it really happening or not? But when they leave, oh yeah, no. And then I felt myself come back. So. Okay, well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And when you're channeling, is it like, where were you when it was happening? Like, what happens for you when you're...
Well, that's an interesting thing. I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah. Time to stop.
One time, my most fun thing with it, and I wasn't channeling, but I went out of my body, and all of a sudden I was on Venus, and there was this old man, like a beautiful, beautiful Santa Claus guy, and he said, "You're not supposed to be here. What are you doing here?" And then he took me in his arm and read me a book. And then I went back. So you never know the adventure, Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,